Hello, everyone. Hi, how are you? I was just checking over there to make sure that the audio was working, and it is. Hello and welcome, everyone. It is the Foxhole Fridays, and I am going solo. This is when I go solo and do some solo RPGs, and right now we are running Call of Cthulhu's Alone Against the Dark, which was originally, I think, their first solo um, adventure under the name Alone Against the Wendigo. It has been republished for 7th edition as Alone Against the Dark, and I am playing this with you. I have a lot of assets. I am ready to do all the things that we need to do to see if we can save the world. I don't. Oh, thanks, Pope. Pope has just given me compliments on the ascot and also the vest. Well, I'm playing you know, a rich industrialist, so I figured I had to, right? I mean, if you don't, how can I say I'm doing this right? And let me see. I should do the opening stuff first. Thank you for being here and thank you for supporting. On Fridays, I run RPGs on my channel. And if you would like to support this channel and support what I'm doing, the best thing you can do is watch the show. Boop, 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 boop. And if you're on YouTube, watch and comments, like, subscribe, all that business. You can, if you like, tell all of your friends about it. I think that would be a lovely thing to do. You can join our Discord and hang out. By the way, I'm going to have my beverage. What else can you do? You can give tips and bits, and if you do, I will read out the tips and bits message at the end. You can also become a member of our Patreon, and that Patreon is at academicfoxhole.com, and that helps go pay for the cast. Also, we have a special patron tier, which is $200, which will pay for 4 cast members for 1 week. My Traveler show has gone up from 4 to 5 cast members, just so we can always get a quorum of 4, which of course ups that sort of a thing. But if you want to help out, that's the way you can do it. If you are one of our sponsors, you get a special tier where we have a radio ad that will air for you once a week, and you get a special once a month, and you get a special spot in the credits and a special shout out. And our current we have only 4 slots available, and our current sponsor is Will and TW, who is also our note keeper and in all ways amazing and wonderful, and without whom life would be more sad, I think is the best way to put it. So thank you, everybody, for all that support. And hey, Load Cool, how are you? I wanted to let you know that I have just gotten through a bunch of stuff, which means I'm looking forward to this weekend doing a bunch of the admin things. That means I will be getting the end of season Patreon letter out to everybody, hopefully this weekend. And so all that's going to be happening, and that is not paywall. I paywall very little. Very little. So that should be coming out pretty soon. Also, I've got to get ready for classes, which will start not next week, but the week after. So it's that break moment. But I thought we should talk about what's happening in today's show. But who gets the Harlock's pay? I have news. I have economic news, but I don't want to spoil it too much. But I was very ambitious over the summer and had 2 shows running simultaneously. I've increased the cast, and I have done fewer solo sessions than I have normally. Normally, I do solo sessions like this in order to give myself a bit of a cushion, so that like I just don't pay myself. So that'll save up some money so that when I can pay the rest of the cast when things go around. Anyway, I will tell you all about it when I get my Patreon letter done, and hopefully I can actually do a stream where we talk about this stuff too. So let's see. What did we do last time? Last time on Alone Against the Dark, we played a professor named Louis Grunwald, who was a professor at the Miskatonic University. And our dear professor got a telegram actually, from his colleague, who apparently has no friends and nobody liked, who went off to Athens for some sort of archaeological business, or so one thinks, who then got arrested and pleaded for our professor to go and try to save him. And our professor, did some investigations around town in Arkham, then took the train to New York, and then got on a ship, which leaves on Saturdays to go to Athens. Now, before I tell you what happened to him on that ship, I suppose I should mention that he learned a couple of things in the process. He learned that his colleague was sort of obsessed with a particular myth that he noticed was cross-cultural, and that is like of the great sinking city, like the city that some kind of that was on an island somewhere. Cataclysm happened, and then of course it sank to the bottom of the ocean. We're thinking about Atlantis or Mu or any other number of cities like this. And what the colleague noticed was that many countries had this sort of mythology, and he was trying to trace if there was like a root. Okay, interesting. We also learned that there was a brand new person in a new head of antiquities in Athens who was like, hey, we're not going to like let the British Museum at all just have our old artifacts. Absolutely not. And there was especially an artifact that I took a note on. Hold on. That he was like, under no circumstances will we be lending this one out. And it was the Cataclysm. This guy was named Aristotle Melonis, was the new head. The Carpathos device. And so apparently there's this Carpathos device, which this new antiquities director was like, absolutely, well, it's not been displayed and no one's gonna be able to have it. Now, what we've learned is that this guy died mysteriously in an accident. My friend was arrested for trying to steal a device steal an artifact. I'm gonna guess it's that one, and is currently in prison. So my fellow went to go over there to help out. Apparently my boss told the newspapers I was going there, so then it was in the newspapers, and then weirdly, when I was on the ship, people tried to murder me. I was able to survive the murder attempt the first time until we got to the second time, which was when I shot the guy that was trying to kill me, but there was another guy who I shot him, and bullets went right through him in a non-corporeal way, and he had glowing eyes, and he reached out and he murdered me. So that was bad. I think that was not great. That was bad. Hello, Other Doc. Welcome in, Raiders. Come on in, hang out with us, chat. We're just about to. I'm doing my recap before we start into it. So, what we know is that we've been stalked. People knew we were coming, and people murdered us. We also know that our character, Professor Louis Grunwald, was sending telegrams all this time to his friend Ernest Holt, the Industrialist. And this adventure, for no reason, I'm sure, gives you 4 PCs. It's also very deadly. That's the reason. The reason is because it's very deadly, and all of your PCs are in telegram contact with each other. So that's what happened. We're dead, and we have now activated, much like in Call of Cthulhu. I'm pulling over my stream pedal, my stream deck pedal, because it's awesome. Yeah, so that I can do hold on, where is it? So I can do this. Right? Just like that. So we have these 4 investigators, Professor Grunwald, Ernest Holt, Lydia Lau, and Devin Wilson. And, when one of your investigators dies, you just go to the next one, apparently. Yeah. Pope says, like, 4 lives reminds me of the Alpha Complex. It reminds me of the Alpha Complex, too. Friend computer has activated the next clone. Well, I'm prepared. We had a discussion about being the Industrialist. I am ready for it. I've got my props, my Industrialist props, and we should go. I should say this. One other thing, in case you missed last time. This game wants you to account for every hour of the day. Not Call of Cthulhu as a whole, but this one particular adventure wants you to pay attention to what you spend your time doing. Like every hour, how many hours you sleep, how many hours you eat. Now, why would an adventure do this? My suspicion is because there's a massive deadline and I don't know what it is. I don't know when the deadline is, but this is my sense. My sense is that if we do not solve this mystery quickly, bad things will happen. That's my sense. So I've got my Dr. Pepper. Nowadays, you can trade your extra clones for things. I have bought equipment. we have a Colt automatic 45, and we have a Winchester pump action. A Winchester. It's actually not pump action. This one's not. We have a Winchester 12 gauge shotgun. We have no body armor, sadly, but we have stuff, and we are going to be Ernest Holt, and we're going to go and try to save our friend. This is what we're going to try to do. So, it says, when you die, you go to the next one, and our next investigator is Ernest Holt on page 15, entry 36. So, in which case, let's go there, shall we? Now, I do have a hat, but I do not want to wear a hat because I'm indoors. So, just feels a little bit weird. I've set up everything. Yeah, I think, this is, our time to get ourselves ready. So, something is wrong. You learned long ago to trust your hunches. Grunewald's telegrams stopped without explanation 72 hours ago. Oh, pardon me. 72 hours ago. Okay, so it's been 3 days. All right. Good to know it. Your inquiries have gone unanswered. You should alert your agents. Should I alert my agents scattered across the globe? Judiciously, sipping a superb brandy, at last I decide against the employment of proxies. Grunewald hinted at mysteries beyond the capacities of mere assistants. I trust his judgment and decide that I will go myself. I scrawl instructions to subordinates and dictate phone messages to a secretary whom I have callously woke from sound sleep. My holdings will tend for themselves for a few weeks. My passport is in order. I'll pull strings to get an assortment of visas overnight, and mere government cannot keep Ernest Holt from aiding a friend. A liner sails soon. Jenkins can have me packed and ready to go within an hour. I have plenty of time. It's a pity my experimental transatlantic passenger plane isn't quite ready, though that would be fun. Yeah, I find myself eagerly anticipating action in the field. Yes, I feel ready for anything. Now, I call Lydia Lau at the New York Sun, PC number 3, just in case I die, which I clearly will not, because I am Ernest Holt. Yes, indeed. Well, I think I'm going with this sort of a voice. Anyway, the New York Sun is a despicable rag of a newspaper, but a crackerjack young lady with lots of talent. Miss Lau has heard nothing from Grunewald either. Well, I notice her professional interest grow as I talk. And I ask her to write nothing for a few days. I mean, after all, somebody wrote all sorts of things about Grunewald traveling, and that got him killed. No, I think that was terrible. Um, by the way, my animated face might cause my monocle to fall, but we can deal with this. No worries. So I'm sure there's a proper explanation, I say grandly, as I'm wont to do. But somehow I know that neither of us believes this statement is true. Now, I'll sleep. When I wake, I may go to any New York location. So, actually, I normally wear this monocle on my dominant eye, my left eye, because that is, after all, uh, the eye that I have built this for, to be honest. But since I do plan on smoking on my and gesturing with my left, perhaps I'll just do this, since might be a bit better off, you know. Although, again, the whole point of a monocle is so I can have distance vision while only having, without losing my glasses. You know, this is not the point. The point is, our good dear friend, Louis Grunewald, has gone missing after a murder attempt on his life. Yes, and I feel like what we need to do is go out into the field and, you know, do what we need to do. Yes. So, as we see, it's the curse of the Sindalians. It might be. If the sun says it's true, then it must be. Right, Virginia? Always listen to Virginia. They are too busy writing about the 10-foot-tall aliens in the Miami Mall. Well, I don't think they're malls yet. Yes, we're 1931. So, we got papers that just said nothing, nothing, nothing. Other doctors, I sympathize. The last time I tried to wear a monocle for a stream, for a game of Honey Heist, it would not stay in. Well, you know, I find this is actually a very good monocle. It's got a very nice, I don't know if you can see, you probably can't, it's a terrible business there. It's got a nice set of arms right there, which makes it much easier to stay in the pocket of my eye, my eye pocket. You know what I'm talking about. You always have to sort of figure out if you want to go bottom then top or top then bottom and where on the eye you want it to be and all of that sort of business. But and the thing is, I actually feel like sort of center. You want to get into the corner, really. To get a nice sort of spot. That's where I had it. I had it in a good spot, and then I clearly just took it out as a ridiculous person. Also, sadness. I just put on some lotion earlier, and that's going to make me a little bit slick. Nonetheless, I think it's time for us to, you know what I've got going on here? Yes. If you don't mind, I'm going to do a really quick thing to make my, my life a little bit easier. I'm going to just do a Stream Deck Stream Pedal. I can, yes, Stream Pedal. I think I want to get rid of that. I'm going to do a thing that'll make my life just a bit easier, because I have to do a lot of pressing of buttons with this particular adventure, and I would like to make it less of a thing. Well, what I'm looking for? Give me one moment. Don't, you know, give me that sort of business. It's right there. This is, I'm going to go off and save my friend's life. Well, he's already dead, but I'm going to go and help. Call that, GM. That one there, right? And this one here, we're just going to call, uh, Excellent. I think this will work as we need it to do. So, I believe with just a press of my foot, I should be able to do everything I need to do. is my thought on this one. Yes. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Yes. I now can just do this with a bit of a foot press and not have to worry about it. That's right, Australis. I am one of the 1%ers. Ernest Holt. That is exactly what it is. Yes. Now, as we are here, showing you our map. Excuse me. Yes. Well, 72 hours after our good friend, good professor dies, we wait. So he died on the 11th, so that's 24, 48, 72 hours. And then, of course, we wake up the next day ready to take on the world. We're ready to find out what's happening. And I think that our dear Ernest Holt wakes up at 7 in the morning. Let's zoom in just a little bit so you can see this all just a little bit better. After all, who doesn't want to see things more clearly? That's why I have a monocle. Yes. Yes, well, when we're now currently in New York, the ship does not leave until Saturday, so we have a few days. Yes. What do we want to do in these few days? Let's see. Well, we should most likely get a bit of breakfast. That'll take us to 8 in the morning, obviously. We should probably see what's happening in our location tables. We are in New York City, yes, and we know that the ship leaves on Saturdays at noon. You know what? Why don't we do a little bit of research if our dear friend has been murdered? I feel like we should probably do something about it. Let's go to the New York Public Library and see what we can learn about. Oh, well, let's go to the newspaper first, shall we? After all, I have a good friend who's there, and, well, there might be some sort of news. I made a new sort of, session 2 notes. Let's see, what is this? Here I have, it's 11, 12, 13. So what are we, the 14th? Something like that. You know, I did all this time just to go and change maps, and now I didn't even remember. What day is this? This is, the 15th. Feels bad about, how little time we have left. Don't you think? I think so. Well, that's all right. I will say, being an industrialist as I am, and perhaps, oh, that's the wrong sheet, perhaps one of the greatest industrialists and ex-naval officers that has ever been, if there's some sort of trouble, well, I'll solve this trouble indeed. Let's go to the, what is this, the New York Sun newspaper. They'll see me, and let's just see if perhaps, there's information for us to find. And this is the, Sun. New York Sun. All right, well. Miskatonic University, that's in some small town. Who'd even want to go there? By the way, the 7th edition rulebook has this great summary of the game system rules, and I printed them out, because who doesn't like that sort of a thing? I certainly do. Now, we're going to, what is this, 86? That's what it looks like to me. Well, let's find out what kind of information we might learn if we go to the Sun ourselves. Yes, well, New York Sun. Now, there's these 2 bits of news about the Stark Weathermore expedition to the Antarctic almost nearing its completion, with the date, the late December departure now virtually certain. Well, that sounds great. Bremerhaven, Germany. There's Professor Tibor Glier of Miskatonic being arrested for alleged theft. Well, I saw all of that, and my good dear friend, Professor Grunewald, gone to Athens, although not heard back from him, so That seems not good at all. Now, this is information that I've already learned, but it does say if this is after September 8th, go to 95, which I will. I feel somewhat distressed about this, but, well, I'm sure there's nothing bad at all going on here. Yes, I'm a 1920s Rupert Murdoch. See? That's exactly right. Well, please, Raiders, what is this? Oh, my goodness. Raiders, welcome in. Roll D5. I do love a good D5. With a good D5, I can figure out which of the elements I might be feeling at today. Welcome in. I hope you are doing lovely, and I hope that whatever you were playing before you got here, you succeeded and had a lot of critical successes. Critical successes like I, Ernest Holt, Industrialist. Yes, indeed. Welcome in, have a seat. We are going to try to get ourselves to Athens, not Georgia, but Greece, and try to find out why our friend was murdered, and perhaps even save the world, although I don't even know yet about the saving of the world part because, well, haven't been attacked yet, but I do suspect I'm under observation. Yes, it's a bit of a Charles Foster Kane pastiche. Yes, I feel like you know. But I have a sled from my childhood that'll keep me through this. Let's find out. What we learn from this, we're doing the solo adventure Alone Against the Dark for Call of Cthulhu. Yeah. Since it's after the 8th of September, we have to go further. It says, Professor Glear's suicide, what? Has shocked and saddened the Miskatonic academic community. No word has yet come from Professor Grunewald. Well, what is this? Oh, well, this is a terrible business it is, isn't it? Yes. Well, now. See, this is a terrible business. This professor that my good dear friend, Professor Grunewald, was trying to rescue, committed suicide in prison? That seems very unlikely, and no one's heard from Professor Grunewald at all. Well, this is terrible business. I don't feel good about this at all. I feel like there's some sort of shenanigans afoot. Yes, yes, indeed. Ascot Rhodes Notes wakes up at 7 a.m., loads up on his eggs, bacon, and hash, and is gonna get the wire about his old friend's unfortunate voyage. That's exactly right. Well, I still have to go to Athens to find out what this is all about. Something terrible is going on here, and we're gonna find out what it is. I'll tell you. Well, it's after October 15th, which it's not. Well, we can go to any location we want to now. I don't know how I feel about all of this. Well, we should probably go to the New York Public Library and, see if we can learn some kind of news. Maybe also the Greek consulate. You know what? I say, let's go to the consulate first. That seems like the best idea. Seems like something that I would do. I mean, after all, it is something I would do. I'm an industrialist. I'm going to go and do it. Well, consulate's number 30. Now, I would like to note that our good friend, Professor Grunewald, went to the consulate already, so maybe this is just repeating information. But that's what I would do in character, so that is what I'm doing. Concerning Greek criminal matters, they advise visiting Athens Bureau of Investigation, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to find out what happened. Corporal Leonis is handling the case, and supposed to avoid the taxicabs. That was not as useful as I'd like. That's all right. After this, we should probably go to the New York Public Library, because if you want information, we don't have the internet at this point in time. We only have card catalogs. And, well, let's spend a little bit of time researching. Well, before we do that, though, I think we should do a little bit of, what do you want to call it? time management. So, we woke up give me a moment. We woke up at 7 when we had some breakfast. Then we traveled over to the newspaper, and we spent an hour there. So that was that hour. We traveled to the consulate, spent an hour there. Now we're going to travel over to the New York Public Library, which brings us there. All right, let's spend some time librarying it up, you know? I feel like we'll get a little bit of news. So according to this New York Public Library, while not allowing browsers, why not? Well, it doesn't matter. It may not allow browsers, but I'm rich. As a rich person, I can do whatever I want. While not allowing browsers, the helpful librarians provide a selection of books on a topic. They are busy and understaffed, so only 2 topics may be researched per visit. You may go to another location, then return here in the same day. No rolls are needed for these books. It takes 2 hours to study each topic. That's nice to know. Just 2 hours. Now, time of gifts notes a portal to another dimension. Open up in Athens? Oh, well, beware of Greeks tearing rifts. That's what I like. You've got some gumption there, time of gifts. I might have to put you in my company. You could start in the mailroom, and then you'll become vice president in no time. That's how it works in the 1931. You start in the mailroom, and you become a vice president, if you're related to me. Nonetheless, let's do a little bit of research, shall we? We got a couple of options. Archaeology, Egyptology, Greece, occult, and for all others, go to 138. Looks for the band megaphone. I'm thinking the first thing we do is we go and we look up Greece. That's the thing we look up first, so we're gonna go to 63. I want to take notes. It's important to take notes. You know what I mean? So the library is 74, and then we're going to 63. It's going to take us 2 hours. Studying Greece. What do we got? This democratic nation of freedom-loving peoples. Oh, well, this is excellent. This is what the books are going to tell us in 1931. This democratic nation of freedom-loving peoples has a complex and lengthy history. They are fiercely protective of their rights and even more protective of the precious artifacts of their heritage. Make a successful no roll, and it'd go to 25. If failed, go back to 74. Well, let me, apparently I just lost we had somebody who had to be banned. Well, they were banned. Oh, well. Let's make this roll, why don't we? We need to make an education, a no roll. What do we got here? Let's see, education. Let's see if we are successful. Hard success. Hard success indeed. Well, we get to go to 25 then. Let's find out. I'm educated. I went to a number of really expensive places, as well as I went to Annapolis. Because, I'm a naval officer. Let's see. 25. Aristotle Milonis, while collecting an undeniably tremendous treasure house of Greek art, has been reluctant to loan or even to show some of the National Museum's most interesting treasures. The Carpathos device, for example, has not been displayed for years. Its loan to other museums is, according to Milonis, unthinkable. Now, that's information that my good friend, Professor Grunewald, showed me, but that's all right. Yeah, I found out it as well. Sky, yeah. We just spent a couple hours learning about that. 2, as a matter of fact. We can do another one. Let's do, let's do archaeology. let's find out what that might give us. It's 116. Hey, librarians. Why don't you go and take your librarian selves down to the closed stacks and give me some books on archaeology? I'd like that very much, if you don't mind. I am, after all, Ernest Holt, Industrialist and former Naval Officer, and I'm sure you've heard my name and seen my steel. I work in steel. I'm sure you've seen my steel products every which way. If you give me some books on archaeology, I would much appreciate it. It says here, this is what I've learned. It's going to extend me to 4 p.m. It says here that it suggested that the Carpathos device found in 1900 is, in fact, of Egyptian origin or design, but it was, for some reason, stolen. In fact, some scholars have argued that it is one of the wonder devices of the Athens pyramids. If you can make a successful history or a hard no at half, well, hold on now. Krellin says he wouldn't get this person books. I feel like Krellin sounds like one of them sort of communists that doesn't care about industrialism. Huh. As well, you probably should. Industrialism, that's the way of freedom. If they don't give me books, I'll just, as Australis plays notes, I'll just buy the library. Yes, they flap their yap and learn the art of chin music by John. That's right, Scarlet Rose. This... I'll tell you what, Scarlet Rose, 1920s, 1930s slang is my most favorite slang. That's what I'm going to say. Well, now, hold on a second. I've got a choice now. What do I do? Do I've got to make this no or a history? What is my history? Well, my history is, let me look at my skills. I have got a 5 in history. I don't care about history. That's not what I studied in school. I studied economics. Well, I'll just make a no roll, and maybe I will, roll well enough to, know. It's a regular success. Oh, hold on a minute. That's a regular success. I only need to spend 5 luck to make it a full success, and this is for some archaeology, and, you know what? I'm gonna spend that luck. How much luck do I got? I got 55. You know what? I'm gonna spend that luck. What am I going to do? So I spend 5 luck, bring myself down to 50. But I do succeed at this roll. And maybe I need to succeed on other rolls not to die. But you know what? I want to know. So let's find out. We go to 110. Some of the wonderful devices were said to open secret chambers or panels in the tombs. These chambers were thought to be in places that looked like solid rock. Well, that's a strange thing to say. It's a strange thing to learn. No intact device has been found, though, nor have any such chambers been discovered. Well, that's sort of interesting. We've not found any chambers or discovered now, but if this Carpathos device is one of these devices that opens up secret doors that look like solid rock, I feel like it's one of those things that maybe we might need to know about. Well, as it turns out, we spent a couple hours there. Other doc says, you know, I really want to see a 1920s industrialist walk into a present-day library and ask for books. Excuse me, give me some books. What are these newfangled, what is all of this? You know, he knows a few things about pushing his luck. He had to dodge bullets and shrapnel from the Jerrys, that's right. Actually, since it's 1931, we probably wouldn't have called them Jerrys, we'd probably call them the Huns. That's probably what they would have said at the time, because, you know, World War I and all, maybe also the Jerrys, but I mean, they'd like to call them the Huns after all. Well, so, we just spent 4 hours in the library, and it's 4 p.m., sort of late. Well, let's go and get ourselves perhaps something to eat. Can we come? Yes, let's find out what kind of food we can get around here. We got I live in New York City, so I can just go home and, no, I'll tell you what. Let's step outside and, get some on-the-street food vendors. Who doesn't like some on-the-street food vendors? And after all, it might be some sort of very interesting, encounter. That's a 586. I'm writing it down. What do we got here? 586. Give me something interesting. Let's see. 586. Small fast food stands occur in every city. Hot dogs, falafel, and so on. Then, roll 1d10. Uh, all right. I'm gonna have to roll a 1d10 right now to find out, something. It's a 2. If it is a 10, go to entry 12. But it is not. So we don't have to go to entry 12. I don't know if entry 12 is food poisoning or murder. It's always murder. Well, we've got a little bit of time left. Let's, go back to the library and, get those other interesting things to think about. We want to be prepared. We want to have all the information at our disposal before we run off half-cocked. And the last thing you want to do is be half-cocked. So, that's going to take us about an hour. You may not see me doing it, but right now I'm updating our calendar. Here's the thing, in case you don't know. You might be wondering, why am I running around wasting all this time? Well, the reason why is because our boat doesn't leave until Saturday, see? So we're not going to be able to leave the city until then. That's all right. We'll leave the city once we can. That's my thought on that one. All right, so let's get back to the library. From 6 to 7, we're going to be studying what? Well, we did Greece and archaeology. Now we know that this thing might be involved with ancient Egypt. Why don't we go and look up Egyptology? Why don't we do that? Yeah. That's 85. Huh. Let's find out what we can learn. Egypt today is an engaging mixture of the ancient and the modern. Camels and marketplaces, this is 1931, are side by side with motor cars and luxurious hotels. Regions of various kinds play a special role in Egypt. Religions, some of them of a most unusual nature. It is best, for example, to avoid the cult of Athens. Oh, a mysterious and perhaps dangerous group found in the major cities of Cairo and Alexandria. Hold on now. Cairo and Alexandria. Here's what I'm thinking. That's the cult of Aten. Already says to me a lot of strange things are going on. That's from Baedeker's Guide to Egypt. Why don't I make a library use roll? After all, I might be able to find out a little bit of extra information if I'm particularly good at this. What's my library use? It's 40. It's maybe not the best, but it's not the worst. So let's see what we can find out. Excuse me, library use? Let's see what we got. Hard success. That's what, I should be playing craps. You know what I mean? Now, it's 1931. We still have Prohibition. Sometime later, I'm going to have to get some vitamin A. You know, vitamin A. Alcohol. Now, let's go to 161, huh? 161. Learning a little bit of... Yes, I feel like my old professor friend is not nearly as on the ball as I am. So I get specific directions to the Fuzira Marketplace. 2 alternate names for the marketplace run through my mind. A place where anything can be lost or gained, and a place where souls are battered. I idly thumb through the volume. I think I would like to go to Egypt. Yeah. I'm going to write this down, the Fuzira Marketplace in Alexandria. I'm going to tell you something. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I bet there's a lot of opportunity in Alexandria. I don't know how I feel about all this, but it's all right. We're gonna find out ourselves. So, I just looked at Greece, Egyptology, archaeology. I'm gonna tell you something. There are 2 more options in here. I think what we gotta do is look up the occult. I don't know how I feel about what's going on, but I suspect that something strange is going on here at all. So why don't we look at the occult? Maybe we can learn something interesting. Well, when I go to the occult entry, it says, attempt the appropriate language roll for each of the following books. For each successful roll, spend 2 hours and go to the pertinent entry. Well, this seems, perhaps a little, let's see what time we got here. It is, we can look at Die Mythe, which is German, Cultus de Ghoul, which is French, Liber Ivoris, which is Latin, Marvels of the Spirit World, which is English. Yeah. Well, let's just start, why don't we, with the German. Perhaps we can learn something if we look at the myths. Let me just... now, my German's not very good, but let's see. Oh, that's a terrible failure. My German's terrible. Why are all these umlauts everywhere? What's going on with all these umlauts? That just took me a whole bunch of hours, and it was a bunch of German. Well, now look at this. The library's closing down. I'm going to go home. I get home by 10 o'clock. I'm going to go to sleep at 11. And I'm going to wake up the next day. That's all right. Here's the thing. We got a couple of days before we have to do any of this sort of business again. So I'm thinking, before we have to go off on the tour. So I'm thinking what we do is we go back to the library and we find out what's left from this occult business. So, in case you were wondering, what we're going to do is, let me get over here so you can see me. I wish I brushed up on my Sanskrit, but I didn't. I blocked out the time for when we, went to bed, and we're going to wake up at 7, and then we're going to go and have breakfast, and we're going to travel to the library. Would it be right there at 9 in the morning? And, I think it's time for us to go and research some of these books. I don't know any French, and I don't know any Latin. That would be something that my good friend, my good professor friend, would be more in tune with, after all, more than me. But I do know English. So why don't I spend 2 hours and, 9 to 10. That's some breakfast travel, 9 to 10. So let's go and check out the marvels of the spirit world. Why don't we? See what we can find there. Oh, that's 159. Let's see. Maybe we get something interesting. I don't know. Maybe we'll get something like the key to something else. Library? Spirit world. Taking notes. 159. It is said that the spirits... Where's my cigar? Said that the spirits of the pharaohs haunt the pyramids, and that some unfortunates even have seen them. With a successful spot hidden roll... Let me do that. I'm going to make a spot hidden roll. Maybe I will learn something that I need to know. Maybe I won't. Let's see. Spot hidden. I failed. Not spending any luck on that. So we're not going to spot any hidden at all. Nope. Well, how was I saying? Well, it says here, if I fail, I can continue looking through the books, or I can go to 41, or return to the New York Public Library. I believe we've got only one other thing left we can do. That's New York Public Library and other topics. There's one other thing we could do right there, and I think we should do it. And it's the for all others. Go to 138. Let's do it. Let's see if there's another thing we can do. 138. My mind reels as I see all the areas that I could study. 3 of particular interest seem polar studies, Pacific Isles, and Germany. Well, I just failed my ability to go and speak German. I should probably go and look up Germany. I may select only 2 areas per visit, but I may leave the library and return the same day for additional information. 2 hours each time. So, gonna have to, well, why don't we go and look at,
I don't know. Seems to make sense to go to Germany. 138 to 88. Let's see if there's any kind of research we can do in about Germany. That whole, there might be something interesting. Let's see, 88. So what if this page feels wetter than the others? I tell you, somebody killed my friend, so what am I going to see? Well, formerly fashionable, avant-garde has become politically suspect. The occult is faddish with many of the younger politicians. Various readings and portents are said to promise a bright future for the fatherland. If I want to continue my research, 138, well, I'd certainly like to do that, but I've spent a little bit too much time in the library. They're going to kick me out. Well, it's about noon, and, it's not too bad. You know what should we do, since we have to leave the library just a little bit? You know what? Why don't we see what we can see here in the New York City, what is available to us, what we can check out before. We've got the rail station, not so exciting. General merchandise, that's not too bad. Booksellers. Why don't we go to these booksellers, huh? Holt's apartment, that's mine. Oh. Only accessible to Lydia Lau, that seems bad. Hospitals, room service, public library, New York Sun, taxis. I'll tell you what. I think what we should do is go to the booksellers. They should still be open. Let's travel down there. That's 54. Maybe we can learn something intriguing and interesting. But before we do that, let's go back here. Because they're open till when? Probably fine, yes. Spend an hour getting to the booksellers. That's 54. Let's find out what we got. Maybe there's something interesting at the booksellers, and, the library's open pretty late. 54. E.S. Willant's bookstore. 3 floors of books. Ha! Ha! Some titles interest me. Harrison's English-Greek phrase book. That sounds good. Harrison's English-Arabic phrase book. That all sounds good, especially if I'm going to go to Egypt. Basil's English-German phrase book. Cherry Gerard's The Worst Journey in the World. Douglas Planchon's With Lake in the Antarctic, and Planchon's Guide to South America. I've enough suitcase room for no more than 3. Enter any books I purchase in my journal. Look at it. What? I can only have 3 books. That seems terrible. I'll tell you what. We're going to get the English-Greek phrase book, English-Arabic phrase book, and get that English-German phrase book. I'm going to write this down, because after all, seems like a good idea. Ha, 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 ha. 34. Bookstore. What a good idea. Did I tell you I'm a genius? That's why I'm an industrialist. Run my own company. English. Greek. I don't speak Greek. English. If only my good friend hadn't died so mysteriously. I'll find out what it is. English-German. Phrase book. Well. Nice. Well, we spent an hour getting there, spent an hour there. We can spend an hour getting back to the library, and we can study a little bit more. Because after all, a couple more things for us to study at the library, and we've got a couple of days anyway, so I don't see why we wouldn't. You know what? That's fine. It'll just probably be a sort of a late dinner. We studied Germany. Let's do a polar studies and then Pacific Isles. And that'll be everything. 163. People who work in the library. Get me books on polar studies. Let me see what I can learn. Instances of dementia Antarctica have been experienced by many parties exploring the frozen continent. Dementia Antarctica, that doesn't sound good at all. I don't know about you, but it doesn't make me feel good. Then again, I imagine it's too cold. Anyway, the most recent and vivid account was rendered by the disaster-plagued journey of Lake to the unexplored northwest regions. The bizarre reports even shocked people familiar with this phenomena. The rescue party succumbed to the isolation and cold, and all survivors spent months in a sanitarium babbling about, what is this? Lost cities and subterranean horrors. Recently, specialists have suggested that an enriched diet will prevent such terrible delusions. I don't know about you. What kind of delusions make you think about subterranean horrors and lost cities? Also, my good friend the professor was his friend who committed suicide over there in Athens. Was obsessed with underground cities. Seems strange. I can make a luck roll, though. Let's find out if I'm feeling lucky. I got a critical success. I'm feeling very, very lucky indeed. So if I succeed at a luck roll, I go to 184. All right, let's find out how lucky I am. 184. Preparations are set to continue apace for the Starkweather Moor expedition to Antarctica. I don't know if you know this, but that Starkweather Moor expedition is a reference to the Call of Cthulhu campaign, Beyond the Mountains of Madness, and that campaign was written by my GM, Janice Engen, and her husband, Chaz Engen, and they are the people that I played Call of Cthulhu with for quite some time back in the 80s and also in the 90s. So anyway, the expedition will retrace the steps of the ill-fated Lake Douglas party. That's from the story of the Mountain of Madness. The new expedition is set sail in December from Bremerhaven. Well, I knew that. That's something I was quite aware of. Yes. Well, I am going to go to the Mediterranean, but might as well just find out what I can find out anyway. Well, there's one more thing I can look up. One more thing. And that's the Pacific Isles. And I'm in a Call of Cthulhu game that's being GM'd by Rissa. And there's a faction of people called the Pacific Islanders. Or is that? Yes. Anyway, we don't know much about them, or else my character doesn't know much about them, and maybe if by reading this entry, I can find something out. All right, then. Pacific Isles. Let's find out. Did I advance my time? I better make sure I do that. It's now 5 p.m., and Pacific Isles is 119. Let's see. The friendly natives of Micronesia seem to have some deep-seated fear of an angry god who will rise from the sea. Does that seem really strange to any of you all? British sailors, seeing the odd idols throughout the islands, name the old one-eyed Riley. That's what they named the god. To continue my research, go to 138, or go back to the library. Well, I'm writing this down. Yeah. Seems terrible. An old one-eyed Riley. I'm a sailor, though, so I know all about that sort of business. Well, we've just spent, it's about, what is it, 5, 6, 7 p.m. 7 p.m., we should go get some street food, which will take us, to, 8 p.m. I don't know if there's much for us to do at 8 p.m. We've studied all we could about the library. I mean, we should just go and see if there's anything particularly interesting. That's late at night, although I doubt it. Yes. Oh, I do love a good Coleridge. What do we have here? Well, something what's open this late. The store's closed, the bookseller's closed, the consulate is closed, of course. Hospital, I don't need to worry about it. Room service, don't need to worry about it. Public library, don't need to worry about it. Newspaper, don't need to worry about it. Well, you know what this means? This means we go to bed. I'm going to wake up tomorrow. Well, we've got to think about this now, don't we? Give me a moment. I don't remember if we were here. Well, we were there. I wake up the next day. It's Thursday. Now, the question is, do we have anything we particularly need to do? I don't think we need to worry about this too much because we can't leave until Saturday anyway. I'll tell you what, though. On Thursday, why don't we just check out this, what do you call it here? This Empire General Merchandise Emporium. After all, there might be something interesting there. It's, Emporium. 38. Let's find out if there's anything there, and after that, we'll just have to, get some extra cash and enjoy ourselves before we go on this cruise. A cruise where my friend was murdered, as a matter of fact. Yes, he was. One moment. Hold on there. I have something, yes. I want to, as I said, on the cruise where my friend was murdered. Yeah. We're looking at, 38. Retail store. The retailer accepts currency from any country. You can buy most any item. You can also buy hand-to-hand weapons or a handgun. Then go to any location on the appropriate table. Well, so here's the thing. You can buy whatever you want. You know what I think I need to buy? A leather jacket. That might give me a little bit of protection against whatever might be going on out there. So let's do that. I buy a leather jacket. Leather jacket. That's said. We're gonna fast forward some time. From Thursday to Saturday, which is when that boat leaves. We're gonna get on that boat. We're not gonna get ourselves murdered, and we're gonna save our, well, we're gonna avenge our friend's death, or at least find out what happened to him. We can't tell 100% that he's dead, but I'm not feeling particularly good about any of that business. So why don't we head on over to that place? That's 104. Get ourselves situated, you know, at the Pier 54. It's a Pier 56? Pier 56. Studio 54, that's where the disco happens, but it hasn't happened yet. What is this? 104. If we're gonna go departure, we go to 187. All right. This is where our last character died terribly. Murdered just terribly, but I'm all right, eh? 187, Saturday. All right. I've made a plan, everybody. A plan that you might want to see. Maybe you don't. But you know what? I'm an industrialist. I don't care. So, session 2. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Before we go any further with this, I need to get ourselves right over here to our calendar table. All right, that's September the 19th. All right, let me show you what I got going on. You might find it interesting. I'm gonna have to change the dates, though, but this is what I have. Oh, pardon me. So I made a little bit of a table, see? Because in our table, we got to follow that's my last person who just died terribly. But we're starting on the 19th. Let's fill in these dates, why don't we? Because here's the thing. We've got to survive 9 days on this boat. Maybe no one's going to try to kill me, but I'm going to tell you what. I bet they will. So, we leave on Saturday. Oh, sorry, Sunday, the 20th. Look at that. Look what I've done. 2, 3, 4, 25, 26, 27, 28. You know what's terrible? Let me tell you. What's terrible is how, if you die, you lose like an entire 10 days, bringing us closer to the brink of death. But anyway, I think it'll be fine. We started this all off a little bit later. On our first day, so this is how it goes. We have to choose 3 activities to do: AM, PM, and night. We choose them before we check out what happens on the day. So, starting Sunday morning, we select 3 ship activities: one for AM, one for PM, one for night. Each day of the day specified below. When the day arrives, go to the specified entry number and follow that entry to its conclusion. And then we find out what happens. So, we've got some entries, and I'm going to make this something you can see right about now. I want you to be able to see what we got going on. And let's see, we've got bingo, which is only in the PM, bridge, which is in the PM, cinema in the morning, and cocktails, deck tennis, library, mahjong, nightclub, oil painting, ping pong, resting on the deck chairs, rest in the room, sauna, ship's tour, shopping, shuffleboard, stroll the decks. Here's what I'm thinking. We stroll the decks in the morning, then we take the ship's tour in the evening, stroll. No, that's not how you spell it. There we go. Stroll the decks. And then we're going to take a ship's tour. And then, in the evening, what sounds like there's a lot of witnesses, because that's our plan. We don't want to be ambushed. Let's spend the evening having cocktails. All right. All right. Feeling pretty good about this. Where's my pen go? Well, all right then. It says right here, the first Sunday, go to 73. Let's do it. Stroll the deck and enjoy the sea air, remembering his Navy days. That's about right. Don't rub our elbows with the unions. 73. Let's see what we can find here. After all, we might have some sort of something delicious, nutritious. I don't know about that. So, if I have scheduled room, AM, PM, or night, which I did not, then I go to 167. It's fine. If I schedule the ship's tour on the PM, make a successful spot hidden, well, which I did. So, let's see if we can do a spot hidden in this space and see what we can find. Because I did that ship's, okay, well, spot hidden. How you doing, spot hidden? I got a 50-50. Hard success. Well, so, in the morning, I'd say stroll around the decks of the ship. Same ship with my good friend. Was murdered. Seems distressing. And after strolling around, I get the tour of the ship. You gotta find out where the safety deck is and all those lifeboats and all that, and I am, however, successful in this, and so I make that spot hidden roll, and 2 foreigners stand on the deck. A tall fellow wears a robe with a cowl. It's perhaps Arabic or Turkish, and the shorter fellow, a ferret-like, looks in my direction. They seem out of place on the ship, and they make me uncomfortable. I'm gonna move on my day. I'm gonna just say for the record that I don't like this at all. I don't like what that looks like or what that seems like. Seems, what would you say? Bad. That's what it seems like to me. So, we got our next day. Monday. Let's see. What are we going to do here? I want to not be caught and ambushed by those people. I don't like them at all. We got a couple. I can show you this right here. It's all right. So, we can do the cinema in the morning or deck tennis in the morning. Library, we're going to avoid that. Mahjong, oil painting, rest on the deck chairs. I'll tell you what. Why don't we rest on the deck chairs in the morning? Let's do deck tennis, because I'm a rich person. I like playing tennis. Really, what I'm going to say is I probably would like to play deck golf, but I don't think they have that sort of thing. That's all right. What we can do at night. Something we can do at night that seems like, I'm a rich person. I'm going to play bridge at night. That's what rich people do. They play bridge. They play bridge for money. Well, let's find out. On Monday, we got a 109, and let's see how we do. I don't know how you feel, but I'm feeling lucky. If I chose to stroll decks in the AM, which I did not, or rest on the deck in the PM, which I did not, or go to the cocktail party at night, which I did not. So, I feel like we just dodged a bullet, everybody. Jolly bracing morning, what? Roller? Yes. Well, we did not get ourselves killed one way or another. That was excellent. So, let's see here. We need, what are we looking at? We're looking at the, 187. Page 36. So, we're on Tuesday. We got to decide what we're going to do. And I will let you see that thing to see. So, in our AM, we could go to the cinema. We did deck tennis already. We could go to the library. We're not going to do that. Let's play some mahjong. I feel like that's nice. Yeah. One thing we already know about me is that I've got contacts around the globe. So I feel like I'm a jet setter who only speaks English because I'm an American. So let's do mahjong in the morning, and in the PM, let's do some shopping. After all, who doesn't like shopping? I am an industrialist. Industrialists, we like shopping. Now, it's a Tuesday night. Oh, what do we do in the evening? We could do bingo. Bingo means that you might be able to make some money. That might be all right. Let's, Oh, you know what, though? Let's go see the cinema Tuesday night. There'll probably be a lot of people there. We made our choices, everybody. We made them. Let's see what we got here. We're on Tuesday. Let's go to 126, and let's hope we don't get moited. That's right, because nobody likes moiter. Let's see. If I chose to go to the cinema in the AM, which I did not, if I chose shopping in the PM, which I did, if I chose the library at night, well, none of those things. So, we're gonna go to the shopping in the PM, which we're doing. That's 133. Let's hope we don't get moited. What a splendid ship. I've all the comforts of a big city within a few 100 feet of my cabin. A beauty salon, a fine men's clothing, jewelry, sporting goods, books, etc. I just had to look at some new gloves. I should make a successful spot hidden check. I feel like a spot hidden check seems like a grand idea. Let's do it, shall we? Spot hidden. Aha! Look at that. Success. Now the doc knows that moita is bad for my health, and it is. Nobody likes moita. But I made a successful spot hidden roll, so I'm going to 61. I'll tell you, see? All right, 161, 61, what I got here? I notice, flakes of dry skin. Someone has left behind his or her sunburn, I think. Quite out of place to do it in this fine shop. I look around and I see two figures. One short and one tall, staring directly at me. I quickly leave the shop, and that is exactly what I do. I go to 126. What is that all about? So, why do there flakes of skin? I don't feel good about this at all. Well, I don't like that. Don't like that at all. I feel like I'm being followed by, two ne'er-do-wells. So, I haven't got to go to the next ship's tables. What I got to do is, what we're up to next. Don't know if I like it. Well, we're on Wednesday. How are you feeling? I'm feeling like there might be something mysterious going on. I don't like it. Now, here's what we got here, everybody. It's Wednesday. We gotta survive. We gotta survive. What I want to tell you is, I'm being followed. Being followed by two mysterious people, and I feel like my friend, Professor Grunewald, he told me that he himself was being followed by two people that match this description. So, I feel like, these people who had bad intent for my good friend, Professor Grunewald, probably have bad intent for me, which means I gotta make sure they don't catch me alone somewhere. Although, maybe they might have information about what happened to my dear friend. But I don't know if I want to get that close to them to find out. Oh. This morning, let's play some shuffleboard. Huh? Shuffleboard, that's got witnesses. In the PM, let's see what we can do. Yeah? We played bingo yet? No, we haven't. We could do some bingo. Let's do some bingo. We might be able to win some money. Which leaves us what to do at night. Well, I feel like at night we could do, I'm a rich person, so I like getting drunk. That's what rich people do all the time. So maybe we could just go back to cocktails again. Thank you so much. How we roll. Oh, and it's so nice to hear the compliments. You know what, though? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play some ping pong in the evening. That seems like I'm very fit for like a 63-year-old. Huh? All right. Let's find out what we got to find out. If we're on Wednesday, got a 148. And let's hope nothing bad happens to us on this Wednesday. I tell ya. So, if I chose to stroll the deck in the morning, which I did not, or shuffleboard in the PM, which I did not, or to stroll the deck at night, which I did not, then I gotta do something. Otherwise, I'd wait. No, I didn't do anything. Life is great. It's Thursday. We get to go back and not even worry about being murdered. Because murder's, as you said, it's bad for my health. So, Thursday night, let's see. What do we want to do in the morning? We just got to get through a few more days, everybody. Let's see. Well, we could do, Have we done deck tennis? We have done deck tennis. It's also bad for my complexion. Krellin, a little bit of Burgess Meredith is exactly what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about a little bit of Burgess Meredith, a bit of the penguin. Sort of a Burgess Meredith penguin, as a matter of fact. Let's not go to the library. It's too alone. We could do oil painting in the morning. That seems like a thing people might do. All right. Oil painting in the morning, and in the evening, I don't know about this. Seems like we're getting ourselves into trouble. We've already done 3 things in the evening. Well, we could do, well, we should do more cocktails, but, let's first, let's do a sauna in the PM, and then let's just do more cocktails. Yeah, let's do that, shall we? And since we're on a Thursday, which is probably longer than some other people got to be alive, we go back to 148. Oh, that's mysterious. Let's see, 148. What do you got to tell me? Give me some good luck. If you choose to stroll the deck in the morning, or shuffleboard in the evening, or stroll the deck at night, then I go places. But I didn't, so I'm good. So it's Friday, everybody. We only have to get through a couple more days before we might, to not die. So, this is what I'm thinking. We got to go somewhere. I want to go, by the way, to the nightclub. It's a Friday night. In the nighttime, we go to the nightclub. I think we go back to the sauna. Because you want to rest up before you go to the nightclub. And in the morning, I feel like we shopped. We did the shuffleboard. With a ship's tour, we done sauna. We have not rested, but that's okay. And we rested on deck chairs. I want to be a bit more active than that, though. We done ping pong already. Oil paintings, I did that. That was nice. Not going to go to the library. Let's do some deck tennis. We can do that in the morning. This seems like a lovely schedule. Let's see if it actually is lovely or if it tries to kill us. Friday night, everybody. 192. We haven't gotten this far before. Our last character died before they got here. Go to 196. 126. Have we been to 126? I don't know. I didn't write it down. Well, that's kind of a problem. Let's find out. If I remember reading it, then we'll know. 126. Doesn't sound good to me at all. If I chose the cinema, which I did not, go to 11. If I chose shopping, the PM. Hold on a second. I've done 126, haven't I? With all of those, we're doing different activities this day. Move on and go to the ships. Hey, have we done 126 already? Do you remember? Feel like, might have done, but I don't remember. I want to not cheat. You know what I mean? 126. No, actually, we have done 126 already, because 126 is Tuesday. So we got to do one. Let me go back to 192. It says, go to 126. I've already been to 126, which I have. Go to 590 instead. Let's just check out this 590. Why don't we? All right. Let's find out. I don't know about you, but I feel a little uncomfortable. 590. It's 560. All right, here we go. The purser tells me that skeet shooting from the fantail will soon begin. To get some shotgun practice, go to 189. If I ignore this suggestion, move on to the day and go to the ship. No, hold on. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You're saying that I can get some shotgun practice in? Well, I definitely should do that. That's exactly what I want to do. I'm going to go to 189. Yeah. Hold on. Shotgun. Everybody's got one. As a matter of fact, I also have a shotgun. I brought one with me. It's a Winchester. You know, I didn't go for a Jimmy Durante, but, So, as I exhibit prowess with a skeet gun, I hear a soft pop. Hearing a bullet whine past my ear. Oh, hold on a second. This seems like we've got a bad situation here, which means we need bad situation music. Here we go. Now, before this happens, I can hear the bad situation music, but you can't. So I want to make sure that you can. Hold on now. Let's get you, right about there. Here we go. Yeah, so I'm doing some skeet shooting. That's what I'm doing. And I hear a soft pop. Hearing a bullet whiz past my ear. Oh, I wheel around. There's no gunman in sight. The other shooters have not noticed the gunshot. Despite their stares, I abruptly leave the competition. I'm gonna move on a day. I'll tell you something. I don't feel good about that. I feel like somebody's trying to murder me. I can't do it. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna send a telegraph to my good friend, Lydia Lau, at the newspaper Reporter. She needs to know all about this. I'm gonna let her know all about those, suspicious set of fellows as well. All right, then. Well, let's don't know how I feel about that. But she's got to know all about it so that she knows. I let her know. As a matter of fact, I'm going to send her my entire itinerary. It's Saturday, and Saturday night, you also go to the nightclub. Nightclub. But what do we do for the rest of the day on that Saturday? Feel like, we should probably... We need something to do in the morning that probably won't get us murdered. Well, I already did some deck tennis. I don't want to go to the library, no. Mahjong was nice. I did that, though. I did some oil painting. Ping pong, who could do. You know what? I just almost got murdered, so I'm going to go and stroll the decks. Keep myself moving, you know. Krellin just learned that Burgess Meredith was also the guy in the Twilight Zone episode whose glasses broke. Yes, he was. That was a great episode. It's one of my favorites. I love that episode. It was one of it made me very, very happy, as a matter of fact, that episode. It's always stuck with me. We stroll the decks in the morning. We're going to go to the nightclub at night. What are we going to do in the afternoon? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to play more bridge. That's what rich people do. They play bridge. Yeah. That's what we're doing. Let's do that then, shall we? You know, I really like this. It's better for me to have this on my other eye, but, you know. There we go. Right, there we go. All right, so we need to go and figure out what our Saturday is. What do you got? Saturday, 193. Well, let's hope this doesn't bring us to Moida. 193. What do we got here? Go to 148. If you've already been to 148, go to 171. Well, 148 is Wednesday and Thursday, so yeah. So we got to go to 171 instead. All right. That's fine. We'll go to 171. What do you want to tell us? If I chose to rest my room, I did not. If I chose oil painting, I did not. If I chose cocktails, I did not. If I've seen all these numbers before, that's fine. So actually, I think I'm good. We made it through. We made it through Saturday without being moited. Which brings us to Sunday. On the second Sunday, we gotta make choices. I know, we're in uncharted territories. We've never been alive this long. I don't even know what we do. So, you know what, though? Here's the thing. I'm going to use it on this other eye because I don't need my monocle for short distance, only for long. So it makes sense, in this instance, to put it on my weaker eye. So, let's see. We got to do something. It's a Sunday night. I feel like bridge in the afternoon is very nice. We're going to have bingo in the PM, in the nighttime. I forgot my fake cigar. What do we do in the morning? The morning's always such a... Let's rest on the decks. Because after all, we were out late last night listening to the jazz. Second Sunday, 171. Let's find out. We need a monocle for our third eye. I'll just go right up there. 171. Well, what does it say? If I chose to rest in my room, no. If I chose oil painting, no. If I chose cocktails, no. Sometimes I think that some of these things would be good. Maybe there are positive things there. But then I think, no. None of these things are positive at all. They're all bad. Yeah, my mission's avoid getting dead. All right, so we passed through Sunday. That seems very good. What do we have now? On the second Monday, I arrive in Athens, and I go to 170. Hey, everybody, we arrived in Athens. We didn't die. Let's find out what they have to say for us. I feel very good about that. Athens. Ooh. Everybody, we're not dead. We made it through. Now that the completionist in me says, well, what if there was some kind of important clue that we could have learned if we'd picked the right thing? But no, we didn't pick the right thing or the wrong thing. We just didn't die, and I feel good about it. All right. I need to delete this thing. What is this? It's a table, and I want nothing. Oh, look at that. There we go. 173. I'd like some baklava. If arriving Athens harbor. If arriving by boat. Approaching the coast. I see that it is similar to that of New England, with oddly shaped inlets, gulfs, and headlands. But New England is cool, moist, and green. Here, luxurious golden warmth pervades everything. The Greek Republic, only 7 years old, totters under the hardships of the worldwide depression. The people are eager for tourists, as foreign money is much needed. My ship docks at the gaily decorated harbor at Piraeus. Higher up in the hills beyond, Athens gleams beneath the midday sun. Many black automobiles bear the word taxi hand-lettered on their sides. Hand-lettered. If I decide to take a cab to the Bureau of Investigations, go to 130. Otherwise, go to any Athens location. See, now, I was told to be very mindful of those taxis. If leaving Athens, a steamer departs for Alexandria every Thursday and Friday at 3 p.m. Hold on a second. Every Thursday and Friday. I'm going to write this down. Boat to Alexandria every Tuesday, Friday at 3 p.m. Don't want to miss this in case I gotta go to Alexandria for some reason. If I'm leaving for Bremen, all right, that's Tuesday, Bremen. I'm gonna write this down, it's important. Bremen, Tuesday and Friday at, Tuesday and Saturday, 4 p.m. And if I'm going back to New York, that's Friday at noon. Why, all right, well. So, the question is, what time do I arrive in Athens? Let's see. It looks nice. Probably noon is what I imagine. Oh, yeah, midday sun. That says noon. Wow. Wow. All right, let's think about this, shall we? Let's bring up this situation. So we arrived, it looks like, on a Monday, and we got on the boat then. My poor friend. And it took us 9 days, so that's 7, 8, 9. So we're here on the 28th. And let's say we're at noon. Also going to say already 8 on the ship, because, that's how you do it. Which means, we got to go to our location tables. See? Location tables. There we go. We're in Athens. Let's see what there is to see here when we're down here at the place. We've got the airport. Oh, that's nice. The Athens Bureau of Investigation, the Hall of Justice, harbor, railway station, restaurant, hospital, hotels. Inexpensive, moderate, expensive with room service. Love it. Motor ship Kionis. National Museum of Archaeology, New York Sun, European edition. On the street food vendors, a Parthenon, Kyosotos Cafe, Motor ship Kionis, Spyro Outfit and Supply of Taxis, always available. Motor ship. Twice. How about 25 hours a day? What is that all about? I don't know how I feel about that. What else we got here? Egypt. Let's see. What is that? The Dark Sea. Well, that seems very strange. Is it what kind of a... Got a... harbor, real hard hotels, motor ship, National Sun, Street Front. We're in Athens. I tell you what I do. I think I make my way down to the Spyro Outfit and Supplier. That's what I figure I do. Why don't we do that? It's, they're not open. It's noon, you see. That's no good. Well. I think we're gonna have to go and take the taxis to the Bureau of Investigation. I don't want to do it. As a matter of fact, I really don't want to do it, but, the outfit is closed, so... You know what we have to do, everybody. Hey, I got a question. Do we have to take a taxi? Can we walk? Can we stroll? I think we've got to take a taxi. See? I think that's what we got to do. I don't want to. All right. It says here, we want to take a taxi cab to the Bureau of Investigations, go to 130. That's, my friend, what we got to do. Let's do it. 1:30. It's noon. They should be open. Athens, Bureau of Investigation. The Bureau is open from 9 a.m. to noon, 2 to 6 p.m. You know what that means? That means I got to sit around for an hour waiting to get something, waiting for them to open up. Terrible business. Well, let's, I should go ask the fellow where to find a good, decent hero. Well, we're going to take that taxi, get there at 1, and I probably can get a street food. Let's get some street food, shall we? Street food all around this place. What's our street food number? Let's see. On the street, vendors always available. That's, it's the same number. We go and we eat for an hour. We wait for the Bureau of Investigations to open, and then we, go in. That's what we do. Yeah. All right. Copy. Paste. 2 p.m. We, wait, and the Bureau of Investigation opens up. Hey, Bureau of Investigations. I quickly locate the office of the investigator in charge of Glear's case, a Corporal Ilionis. After a few pleasantries, his words stun me. They stun me. I tell ya, what he has to say stuns me. He says,
Sir, I regret to inform you that Professor Tibor Glear is dead by his own hand. He has hanged himself. Perhaps he was too ashamed of his theft of the Carpathos device from the museum. We do not know. But yes, a suicide. A sad end.
My mind reels. I've come all this way to no purpose. I cannot believe that Glear would just end his own life, even though his career was in jeopardy. Are you positive?
You suspect foul play? No, that is not reported. The pathologist found signs of self-mutilation, common enough with suicides.
What?
Oh, the doctor is vacationing in Switzerland. He will not be back for a few weeks. The corporal considers for a moment. You can see Glear's cell, I suppose, unless someone new has been moved in. He was held at the Hall of Justice.
I've got to make a persuade or a charm roll. Well, let me see. I don't know how charming I am or persuasive, but, well, I might be one or the other. Cloudy with a chance of moida. So my charm, I believe my charm is like it's 15. Not very charming, but I am much better at persuading. Let me see how persuasive I could be. Listen here, Leonis. I'm feeling like, me just show up the Hall of Justice, with no sort of, corroboration may not be so great. Why don't you let me use your name, huh? Aha! I'm a rich American. I'm an industrialist. And maybe also Burgess Meredith. So why don't you just let me use your name when I go and speak to those people at the Hall of Justice? Why don't you let me? Why don't you let me? And it turns out, I say yes. I can use his name. I'm going to write that down. Uh-huh. Can use Ilionis's name. Nice. That's great. Industrialism is a hard sell. Wow. Hall of Justice, that's where the super friends live. Our choices are charming skill, persuading skill, or the brown paper bag stuffed with US dollars. I got very good at that bribe skill. So, So it says here, if I want to ask him for more information, I go to 204. If I ask about getting a Greek interpreter, 170. Oh, well, this sounds very good. Now, let's see. Why don't I ask about getting a Greek interpreter? That's 170. By the way, we're at 130. Yes, all right, 170, because I might need an interpreter. I don't speak Greek at all. It's all Greek to me. After 1d3 hours of waiting around, Evgeny, an interpreter, is found for me. If I wish, I'm able to hire Evgenia for the length of my stay. I will absolutely do that. Evgenia, are you Russian? Ah. How many hours is this going to take me? This is going to take me, 1d3. 3, that's 2 hours. No, round down, yes. 2 hours. Round up. Just round in half. 1, 2. 1, 3, that's 2. Round up. So, I spent 3 hours waiting for this, well, no, it's 1 there, and then 1, 2, 3. But I'm going to say I do get to ask him one more question, and I'm going to ask him while I'm waiting about the... I wanted to ask him some further questions, because after all, I can do that while I'm here. That's 204. Let's see what we can find out. I asked to see Leonis's report. It says that Glia refused to talk freely, but that he made libelous statements about museum director Pisistratos, and that he pleaded that the Carpathos device not be sent to Cairo. What is that about? Cairo? He also notes that Glia demanded protection, even while he was in his cell. Sounds bad. Oh, wait a minute. I want to play the penguin in the next show. We might have a small problem here. I'm going to need the right kind of music here for this one. I'm going to need something like maybe Hidden Past. Sounds bad. That doesn't sound good at all. Nah. Let's go with Oppressive Gloom. I like that one. After asking about this, it tells me to go to 40. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that at all. 40. All right. What do I find there in 40? Well... But yes, very strange. Professor Glia first stealing that device, then taking his own life. I wish I could tell you more. The Carpathos device is mysterious. No one knows its true nature. Perhaps the scholars at the National Museum can tell you about it. Well, I feel like right now it says that I should try to make an intelligence roll and see if it's successful. I think I'll do just that. But what I think you don't know, while I may not have studied a lot of languages because I'm an American, so why do I need to know anybody else's language but my own? I'm quite smart. So, matter of fact, I get a hard success with that one. Let me go to 21 to figure out what I might have figured out, because I've been around. The Carpathos device, I ask, was it returned to the museum? He shakes his head. Oh no, it was scheduled to be sent to the National Museum in Cairo for a special exhibit. The device may be Egyptian, you see. The plans were not changed. Well, I don't know about all that. How do we know there wasn't some kind of switcheroo? Making a note. It says here if it's in September, go to 128. And luckily for me, it's still September. It says if it's October, you go somewhere else, which I feel like would probably be very bad. 128. All right then, let's find out what they had to say for me about that one. 128. Let's see. I don't know about you. Feel bad about all this. It says it's on a ship right now, bound for Cairo. Go to 204. Huh. It's on a ship bound for Cairo. Is it? Tell me you remember. I remember that same day last September. I do, as a matter of fact. Did I just say 204? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's right. 128. I just want to make sure I got that right. So it's on its way to Cairo right now. I'm going to 204. I see his report. Well. When I return to this entry from 40, which I just did, I'm gonna make a psychology check. Alright? I'm not so bad with the psychology. I'm not the greatest, but I'm not the worst. I totally failed at that one. I have no idea. Not gonna spend any luck on that one either. Well. Succeed, I have to fail, I can hail a cab. There was something else I wanted. Well, I'm gonna try to hail a cab, 131. We gotta go to the museum and the Hall of Justice. I also gotta find out what happened to my friend. I suspect he's dead. 131. It says here, if I've been at this entry before, go to 58 instead. Alright, I don't like how that sounds at all. It's okay. Wait a minute. 58. Alright, this is, it is 6 p.m. Yeah. Nuts. You know what? 6 p.m. If I recall correctly, all the places we want to be, the National Museum of Archaeology, that'll be shut down before we get there, and, the Hall of Justice. Again, before we get anywhere, it's gonna be shut down. We should probably go to a hotel, rest for the night, get some food. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't just do that because, well, we had to go to 58. Let's see what it has to say. I don't know about you, but I feel bad whenever they say, hey, go to this other number instead. So, I see 3 drivers standing near their cabs. One is young. The other is old. The third is Natalie dressed. Which one do I hire? I gotta make a psychology check or a spot hidden. Let's start with seeing what I'm better at, shall we? My spot hidden is 50, and my psychology is 50. Let's start with the spot hidden. I'm gonna try to make both. I have a hard success with that spot hidden. Let's go to 15. So that's what it says. It says 15 first, and then choose. Well, 15. That's what I got. Nobody goes near the well-dressed driver. Perhaps there's something odd about that fella. The old fella looks shaky but serene, and the young driver looks friendly but perhaps only overly brash. Yes, go to 58. Go back to 58. So I gotta choose my taxicab driver. Don't like any of this at all. I got a Natalie dressed guy that everybody's avoiding. I got the brash young person, and then I got the serene person. Well-dressed, younger or old? Tell you what, we're gonna go with the old driver. That's 201. We're gonna pick the old driver. That's what we're doing. I don't know how I feel about any of this. Feel like it's a trap. Feel like there's an admiral that I knew back in the day who would say to me, that's a trap. The old man questions me about my visit, see? He seems almost suspicious. I can get out of the cab and get another, or I can answer my questions by going 162. Or I can instruct the driver to be quiet and take where I want to go. He will, and I'll arrive at my destination. Oh, that's, hold on now. We gotta have a situation here. Everybody, we got a situation. It says here that I got a choice. He asks me questions and he's suspicious. And if I can get out of the cab and just kick another driver, or I can answer the questions directly. Or I can tell him to shut his mouth, shut his yap, and just take me where I want to go. But I don't know if I like that idea. Now, it does say that if I tell him to shut his yap and just take me where I want to go, then I'll just get there, no problem. But what if I answer his questions and he gives me some information? So I'm gonna do the not smart thing. I'm gonna answer his questions. Here's what I'm thinking. If he knew who I was, well then he wouldn't be need to ask me any questions. So I tell him. And he says to me, hold on. He says, "You have wandered into something beyond..." Oh, sorry. No, monocle for the driver. "You have wandered into something beyond your wildest dreams," he says. "My friends wish to help you. Find out what you must, then meet me at the Parthenon at sundown." I'm writing this down. So, here we got the old guy. Parthenon at sundown. All right, this seems like a good idea. Well, we could go anywhere we wanted, right? But he says find out what I must and then meet him, which means I've not found out anything yet. Which means we're going to a hotel. And we're going to go to an expensive hotel. Why? Because I'm an industrialist. That's 127. By the way, we need to get to takes us an hour to get anywhere, so it's 7 o'clock when we arrive at the hotel, which is 127, I said, if I remember correctly. I don't know about you. I feel bad about it. It's got room service, so I can eat while I'm there. Thank you. 127. We're gonna find out what it says about the expensive hotel. It says, "This the best class of hotel has 24-hour room service. On your second night here, roll 1d10. Oh. On your third night, do another thing. For each additional night, do other things." Wow. Well, that's, not a problem for us right now. We're gonna have our dinner, and then we're gonna go to sleep. Because everything's shut down so early. Well, Ernest Holt, industrialist. He's gonna go to get his dinner and go to bed, and when he's wake up in the morning, and he's gonna go and see the Hall of Justice and the museum, and maybe in the evening he's gonna go see the Parthenon. Oh, he's gonna go check out the newspaper too. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day, visiting all the places, seeing all the things. But here's what I gotta tell you. Right now, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and when we get back, I'll tell you what, see? We're gonna continue on with this adventure, but in 10 minutes, because right now, it's gonna time to stretch and hydrate and stretch your legs and maybe, I don't know, I'm gonna make some popcorn or something like that. I'll be right back in 10 minutes, everybody. 10 minutes. You know what this is about. Be right back. We're back, everybody. We're back. And I'm very excited. I was like, what is that music? I was like, oh, I know what that is. That's my oppressive gloom, which I have to have going on. So, we're back. We had our lovely break. Our investigator, Ernest Holt, worried about the missingness of his friend, went off to Athens to try to figure out what was going on. He learned that the friend of his friend committed suicide. We'll see. We don't know about all that. I had a lovely chicken and potato curry hand pie while we had break and went to the restroom.
And I realized that we can read the New York Sun European edition before we go to bed, which we should do. I need my notes, however, so that we can not miss anything. That would be... So, the New York Sun European edition, we can read before we go to bed, which I feel like my angle wasn't right for that monocle. Hold on. I like this monocle. I have a couple different monocle frames, but I like this one a lot because it has the legs, so that you don't necessarily get your like eyelashes all like hitting the lens. And in case you don't know, this is a prescription monocle. I got the frame, and then I went to my optometrist, and I said, "Can I get my prescription put in this lens, please?" And they were like, "Okay, why do you want a monocle?" And I was like, "Because I clearly need to have a monocle." And they were like, "Okay." And they accepted that I'm the kind of person who needs a monocle. And I am. So, yeah. And I think that's obviously I need a monocle, clearly. So, let's go to 65, shall we? This will be for the night before. Yeah, sometimes you need a monocle. Oh, and I'm going to make my notes. So 65. Let's see what we have here. New York Sun, European edition. When I browse the newspaper, which I do, I notice 3 items. Ahmet K., director of the Cairo National Museum, eagerly awaits the arrival of the Carpathos device on loan from Athens. I don't like that at all. The casket bearing Professor Glier, the academic thief from Miskatonic University, has been placed aboard the Urania for New York. Memorial service has been scheduled in Arkham, Massachusetts, USA. The Starkweather-Moore expedition nears readiness as the Dark Sea heads for Bremen, Germany. Once there, final preparations include reinforcing the hull for the treacherous journey into the ice floes surrounding Antarctica. If this is after September the 15th, go to 95. If it is before the September the 15th, go to... It is absolutely 100% after September the 15th. We are somewhere really quite late, which makes me feel very nervous, actually, if you want to know. Yeah, we are the 28th, so we're going to 95, which, again, does not make me feel good. It makes me feel bad. Professor Glier's suicide was has shocked and saddened the Miskatonic academic community. No word yet has come from Professor Grunewald. If it is after October the 15th, which it is not, go to 178. Otherwise, go to New York or Athens location as appropriate. There's no word about my friend, Professor Grunewald. This makes me very concerned and nervous. I don't like it. I don't like it. Well, we have to go to sleep. What we do, we wake up in the morning. So let's think about what we can do. It'll be the next day, the 29th, which will be a Tuesday. Tuesday the 29th. September. And you're right, Roller, they do lack sophistication. So, let's just for a moment peruse what options are available to us. Here in Athens. There are things that I know that I want to do. For example, one of the things that I want to do, the things we have to do today, we should take our notes when we get up early in the morning. We should, and I'm certain we ate, yes, we should go to the Hall of Justice, and we should go to the museum. And perhaps at night we should go to the Parthenon. I don't know what this motor ship
chillness is about, but we'll find out, I guess. So, both of these places open up at 9 o'clock and have that siesta from noon to 3 p.m., which is, I suppose, when we go to that cafe, I suppose. So why don't we go to the Hall of Justice first? Maybe we can find out something about this colleague of my friend who's been murdered, because maybe that will get us some information about our friend. By the way, this is going to fall out. It's not in enough. There we go. Nope. Sometimes when you put on a monocle, you can either choose to go top to bottom or bottom to top. And I always never know which one I want. Sometimes bottom to top is better. All right then, let's go to the Hall of Justice. So what are we going to wake up? Oh, we'll have to go and actually see this in this way. Let's go, and so we're going to wake up at, let's say, 7 in the morning, have breakfast, and then travel. And so by 9 o'clock, copy. Have that breakfast in the morning. And so by 9 o'clock, we should be at the Hall of Justice. And we have, remember, we have got Evgenia is going to be our translator. She's with us at all times. In case anybody wants to know, we have a translator with us. So we need to go to the Hall of Justice, which is 87. 87. This, by the way, this fake cigar is not as good as my fake cigarette, but doesn't matter. It was like $3 for a pack of 4 of them. Who doesn't love that sort of a thing? Time to just screw the monocle and then only have to worry about clockwise or counter. Yes. 87. Athens, Hall of Justice. I feel like I'm going to Hall of Justice. I'm going to need to have my monocle. That's only fitting. The Hall of Justice and the King's Court of Appeals are open from 9 a.m. noon to 3 p.m. And from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. I know this. If Christos is with me, Christos is not with me, he knows exactly where to go. If you are alone, you spend an hour before you arrive at the right corridor and find the desk sergeant in charge of the jails. The sergeant speaks no English. This is not really a problem for me, however, because I have a translator with me. But I do spend an entire hour wasting time. It's all right. It's 10 o'clock. If Christos is with me, or if I have an interpreter, which I do, go to 77. If I speak no Greek but have an English-Greek phrasebook, go to 6. If I must find someone who speaks English and Greek, roll 1d3. Now, I have an interpreter. I get to go to 77. Let's see. I hope this works out well for me. I mean, everything's been going so well so far. Christos, or my interpreter, who's Evgenia, tells me, Glir hung himself. He killed himself. Yes, his body has been shipped to the United States. Oh, no. This is Evgenia. Glir hung himself. She's Russian. Glir hung himself. He killed himself. Wait. Moose and squirrel must die. Yes, comrade, must get the Russian accent in voice. Glir hung himself. He killed himself. Yes, his body has been shipped to the United States. Apparently, the professor left nothing behind to be recovered. Yeah, well, I'm going to have to make a psychology roll on this one, because I don't know if I believe that. I feel like there's something quite mysterious going on indeed. Extreme success. Oh, you know what I've not been doing? I have not been ticking off the skills I've been successfully using. What do I use successfully? I've used successfully... I don't know. No. Did I do... No. No. Jump law, no. Library use, yes. Account. Persuade, yes. Psychology, yes. Spot hidden, yes. All right then. Success. So, let's see. It says, Go to 180. Uh, uh. Meh. Meh. I'm worried. Maybe I should not be. The man appears afraid. Pressing him further, he admits fear.
I don't think Lear killed himself. Someone wanted him dead.
Wait a minute. There we go.
I don't think Lear killed himself. Someone wanted him dead. Someone. Or something. I don't know. It had to do with the Carpathos device. Lear kept saying it must not go to Egypt.
Yeah. I have to make a persuade roll, don't I? It can be quite persuasive. Oh, that's a failure. Couldn't I just bribe him with lots of money? I'm very good at that. I could just give him lots of money or intimidate him. Very intimidating. 87. Well, this confirms my suspicion that he was murdered and it wasn't a suicide. That makes me feel as if the news from my good friend is less good. I'm a little bit worried about what this might mean. Well, As I leave, the sergeant seems to remember something. He pulls a letter out of a drawer and gestures that I might read it. Go to 539. I don't know about you. It seems a bit, ominous. 539. Let's see what it says. Oh. Well, here's a letter. The sergeant hands me a sheet of paper. Unfolding it, I recognize Blair's tiny, precise script. There's no date and no signature. This is written to my missing friend, Dr. Louis Grunewald, Miskatonic University, Arkham, Massachusetts, USA. Dear Louis, I fear it is too late for me. Though, with the best of motives, the authorities foolishly apprehended me before I could accomplish destruction of the Carpathos device, and thereby they have re-endangered the world. If, to prevent my further interference, the cult of Athens tries to murder me while I'm trapped in this cell, I do not see how they can fail their purpose. This letter, therefore, must convince you of the truth I tell and relate to you what must be done about it. You must do it, or see that it is done, or else our world is doomed. What is this? I'm sorry, what is this indeed? Though our discussions have acquainted you with some of what I now write, you have never accepted my arcane conclusions. I beg you now to do so, at least for the length of this letter. What follows is a situation, as I understand it. I'm sorry, chat, what do you think this is all about? What is this sort of arcane business we're talking about? Well, I'd best read on, hadn't I? An Alexandrian air sorcerer, one Ephigon of Carpathos, was reputed to have constructed a mechanism perfectly replicating the movement of the spheres. According to certain fragmentary evidence, this device was to be sent to Egypt to agents of the notorious cult of Aten. I have heard of this cult of Aten not too long ago. I believe it's related to the god Enchanaten. The pharaoh. Akhenaten was like one of the first sort of monotheistic rulers. Quite old. Nah. I think he was murdered anyway. The record is dim. Perhaps it was designed in Egypt and built in Carpathos, but I digress. He digresses. That sounds like an academic, not an industrialist. As an industrialist, I don't digress at all. But I do digress as part of my plan to throw people off in the middle of a board meeting. Board meetings. That's what I do as an industrialist. I have board meetings. Very specific, very specific. Once installed in Egypt, the mechanism could be used in a great ceremony, presaging the... What is this? Huh? The end of the world. It would somehow align the forces of nature with the metaphysical powers of an unnamed, exceedingly evil god. The product of the ceremony would be another device, this one very simple. A crystal octahedron, 8-sided die. Maybe one day there'll be games that use those such things, which could be spun like a child's top. This is the top of Athens, a thing of as great magical power as the device which produced it was a wonder of natural science. By bringing the top of Athens farthest south to the last city of the oldest beings, what is that about? And then summoning their god. The cult intended to use their cosmic gyro to alter the rotational axis of the Earth, thereby bringing a strange land, surely Antarctica, once more to life. In the process, the annoying lands of the stick folk, literally the lands of men, would be destroyed. So, what I'm seeing is that they want to do some sort of polar reverse. I remember reading something about, well, my friend Professor Grunewald sent me something about a polar reverse. There's this theory about it. All right, but the ship carrying the device to Egypt was lost in a great storm, and then Ephagon died. The ceremony was never begun. You'll recall the mystery surrounding the Miskatonic expedition to Antarctica and its tragic outcome, and you know that the Starkweather Moor expedition leaves Bremen this winter to return to Antarctica and reopen the terrible questions which Lake first raised. But have you heard of the Carpathos device, the strange instrument recovered near the island of Carpathos? After examining it, I knew that this was Ephagon's device. Lewis, that's not me, I'm actually Ernest, but he was for his friend, who's my friend, who's missing. It is my firm conviction that this tale is true, that a great scheme to change the world has been reactivated by the cult of Athens. Perhaps they employed a great magic to manipulate destiny, or perhaps they're exceedingly cunning and evaluate every event for what they may gain of it, but their hour has come round again. Others also believe this. An erudite and cruel man named Stanford has lent me subtle aid, but says that for arcane reasons he may do no more. He is not a friend, but says that this thing he serves... He is not a friend, but says that in this thing he serves his god, a kinder, gentle Greek gentleman has also helped. Both seem to represent greater powers than man, perhaps beyond our ken. That the cult of Athens is strong, at least one among them is no man at all, but a... But a... What is that? Here the letter ends. There's no second sheet. There's nothing on the reverse of the sheet. I struggle to digest and evaluate the letter. The guard casually informs me that nothing else of Gleer's is now at the prison. Well, what do we think about all of this? I don't know if there's some sort of mystical thing going on or not. I'm an industrialist, after all. But whatever it is, it could be scientific or something that we don't understand just yet. But whatever it is, whoever these people are, they must have killed, well, Gleer. Perhaps they've kidnapped my good friend, Grunewald, or perhaps my good friend Grunewald is himself missing and dead. But I have to see this through. I have to find out if my good friend Grunewald still lives or not. And if this was what he was searching for, my good dear friend, well, I too have to search for it. Yes, I think so. So I spent an hour with all of that, so it's 11, which means my word. So we woke up at 7, we had breakfast, we traveled, we got there at 9, and then it took us an hour to get to the so 9, it took us an hour, so at 10 o'clock we did all of this. So it's actually the end of, it's 11 o'clock, we spend an hour traveling to the next place, it'll be noon and all those things will be shut down. Well, bother. Everything shuts down so early. Nowadays, I don't even quite know what we do about it. Well, let's see. It's 11. Wherever we get anywhere, I'll be there at noon. I've already eaten today at 7. I've got to wait another 6 hours before I eat again. So 7, 10, 11, 12, 1. And nothing opens up until like 3 p.m. anyway. So in that case, why don't we... Well, everything. Why don't we go down to the cafe? There's a cafe, Pio Soto's Cafe. It's open from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily, and we can spend a little bit of time hanging out at that cafe. Why don't we do that? If only I could have breakfast at Tiffany's. Let's go to the cafe, 194. And we will arrive at noon at this cafe, which, you know, is better than nothing, what I would say. 194. No, that's not right. I want 20 is the cafe. So sorry. I was wrong about that one. So 20. Pio Soto's Cafe. As you enter the cafe, the thick, acrid tobacco smoke chokes me. Ha! I'm quite fine with tobacco smoke. The place is filled with laughing, gesticulating dock workers and if I'm here, expecting to meet someone, go to 35. I am not. Looking around, I can approach any of the following if I have Christos with me, which I don't, or if I make a successful language Greek roll. For everyone you try, I actually have a translator with me. For the group in the back playing cards, go to 107. For the burly sailors at the bar, go to 105. For the Englishman alone at the table, need no roll to approach him. Well, I've got my translator with me after all. Why don't we go and find those people playing cards in the back? Huh? I don't know if you know this, that I'm an industrialist. And as an industrialist, I play cards all the time. And I win at cards all the time. Yes, so 107. Let's find out what we can find out. I make out clear, and then a word like strangled. Then the men stop talking and they look up to me. I'm going to gesture to play. That's 581. Do you feel suspicious about all this? I know that I do. Well, let me go play cards with them, why don't I? I am, after all, if I'm playing a form of whist. Speaking of which, I've got a plan for an RPG that uses whist. You hope to get information, but my winning streak quickly becomes phenomenal. Soon, the fishermen grumble to themselves and stare unhappily. In 20 minutes, I clean out the table because I'm a rich industrialist. I win a total of $35 and stuff my pockets with small denomination drachma notes. Return to the cafe, 20. $35 in drachma. Oh yes, other doc. I'll tell you all about it later. It's all about. It's going to be inspired by Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf and all that sort of Tennessee Williams business. It's going to be 4 people. I have a lovely idea about it. It's going to be wonderful. It's based on you see, I was playing Good Society, and somebody asked a question: what sort of game would your character play? Who's a sort of a a mix between Oscar Wilde and Lord Byron, and I thought, well, he'd make a role-playing game, wouldn't he? And be well, but if it's so anyway, I have a game in my mind. I just have to find the time to write down the things that I'm thinking. It would be really. It's all about. It basically, imagine if Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf were an RPG, and that's the game I'm going to make. Just so you know it. Now, we're back at the cafe. Yes, I'm quite excited by it, and I have an idea about how to make it go and work. Now, if I wanted to be very 1950s about it, it should probably be contract bridge rather than whist, but I think that whist is a bit easier. Nonetheless, I'm going to work it out. Well, why don't we talk to the burly sailors at the bar? Uh-huh. Nonetheless, if you ever wanted to play Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, the RPG, I'm going to be writing one, and it's going to be depressing in the best possible way, I think. 105. Let's see what we have here. Oh, I'm very excited. Yes. The sailors talk about some kind of curse, which they say is leaving Greece. Oh, that's the Carpathos device. You also hear that Kionis, an ocean-going motor ship, is for hire. Huh. Kionis is for hire. Interesting. Well, interesting. I'll tell you what. Why don't we go and approach that Englishman, after all? That's, 35. Probably should be not spending so much time here, but you know what? Life is short. I just want a lot of drachma and playing whist. The man is Richard Hawkes. He greets me warmly. An ouzo and some talk, he suggests. Look, I know you're investigating Glier's death. I've talked to him once or twice. His death caused quite a stir. Well, to make a long story short, I have some interesting information concerning his crazy theft. I don't have it here, but if you'd like to come back to my apartment, I can show it to you. Oh, that seems odd. All right, everyone, let's have a discussion about this for a moment, because this is one of those things that you have to have a discussion with everybody in chat about. It's about tropes and all that. So, Critwitch, I hope you're doing well. So, we need to go and just simmer down for a moment. So we spent an hour there, right? We traveled. We spent an hour traveling. We went to this cafe. In the cafe, that first hour we were there, we played cards. The second hour, we talked to the sailors. This third hour, it's 2 p.m., we talked to this man, this Richard Hawkes. Yeah. Uh-huh. So here is the question. He's asking us to come back to his apartment. I don't know if he's making a pass or if he really wants to give us information. This is my feeling. Feeling 1. Every time I've seen a movie, if I've seen a movie, you see, what happens if somebody says, why don't I meet you at night to give you information, they always end up dead every single time. So if I say, no, I'm not going to go back to your apartment, see? Just come and meet me in the middle of the night at the Parthenon, he'll be dead. However, when somebody says, come back to my apartment, they usually want to steal your kidneys. That's what I've heard. They want to steal your kidneys. I feel like either choice is not a great choice at all. Ah, wow. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a poll. Why? Because polls are exciting. Let me go and make a poll. New poll. Go back to go back to the expat's apartment? Yes. He won't steal my kidneys. Yes. My kidneys are safe. Or no. Dead bodies later. All right then. I'm gonna make this a 2-minute poll. we're gonna have this poll go. And while it's going, I've got popcorn. This is where you entertain me. What do you think? Do you think we say, no, I'm gonna let you out of my sight so that people can murder you? And when I show up at Parthenon, you'll be dead? Or do you think I'd go back to his apartment? In which case, he might steal my kidneys. I don't know. It's unclear to me. Or if I go to their apartment, they'll be dead and the cops will show up and blame you. Hey, when that happens, but I'm going to walk with him. I think it's probably smarter just to walk with him. But I've got a translator with me. What could go wrong? It might be smarter. I've got popcorn. Death is only the beginning. And your kidney's not as valuable as your silence. I've heard stories about people stealing your kidneys. You wake up in a bathtub full of ice. The weird ache in your kidneys. Well, not really, because you don't have any kidneys anymore. They're stolen for you. Happens all the time. Only got a few more minutes to vote in this poll. Kidney thief or dead person with no information? One or the other, always is. Ooh, hey, Polished, you're right. They might steal my tongue. It's unclear what's going to happen. I don't know. Well, you'll tell me. Where'd I put my notes? Right over here. Nah. Now, as long as they steal my tongue and not my soul, that's the question. Because you don't want your soul stolen. Now look at this. There's a tie between kidneys being safe and dead bodies later. Well, well, well. So I see how you all are. You didn't want to go and let me have the easy way out. All right? Which means I'm going to have to choose myself. You know what? We're going to go follow him back to his apartment. That's 79. Is this a good idea? Meh. I don't know. I predict the next poll will also be a tie. Let's find out, shall we? Let's find out what we've got. 79. His small apartment is cluttered with books and filled with rich aromas. It is the room of a scholar. Polished. I also love the call of Cthulhu. When the call happens, you gotta answer the phone. And when you answer the phone, sometimes on the other end you hear you say, hello. This is a call of Cthulhu protagonist. Who's this? On the other end you hear, and you think, oh, that's no good at all. I think I just lost some sanity. Well, I gotta make a... It says I gotta make some rolls right now. Attempt no. Cthulhu mythos, occult, spot hidden, and listen. I'm gonna write this down. I went to pick up a pen, but instead I picked up a fake cigarette. Ha ha ha. All right. No. Cthulhu mythos. Occult. Spot hidden. Listen. Yes or no? What do we got? Entirely accurate. I've had plenty of phone calls like that. That's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes there are cultists on the other end. Once played a deaf character in COC. And it was interesting how the experience with encountering horrors changed. Oh, I imagine myself, that, when they scream loudly, you can feel it reverberate in your entire body. So, let's roll these rolls, shall we? Let's find out. Do we have what it takes? Let's start with a no roll. Tell me. Failure. Cthulhu Mythos, which we have at 0. Failure was a good roll. Occult, which we have at 5. Failure. Spot hidden. 50. Failure. Listen, which we have at 30. Failure. I failed all of them. I'm gonna tell you. We failed all those rolls. Now I got a 112. We did not do very good at all, and we failed them by quite a lot. Couldn't go and... here's a question. Actually, here's a question. Can we spend luck on Cthulhu Mythos rolls? Let's find out. Because here's the thing. If we can spend luck on Cthulhu Mythos rolls, at 7 points. Seven points will take our luck down to 43, but we'll be able to go and maybe make one roll. Everything else is far too far away. Far too far away, if you know what I mean. I'm going to go and just double check. I know that you cannot use luck rolls on sanity checks, or most things, but let me see. Pushed rolls, lucky, bad luck. That's bad. Oh, 96 to 100 is bad luck. It's a fumble. Which I don't think I have to worry about right now. You can't do it on Mythos. That sounds all right then. Luck, it can be rolled. Blah, blah, blah. Well, that's a different thing altogether. No, I don't think we can push. I don't want to go and push unless they say. All right, spending luck. A player makes a skill roll using a skill or a characteristic. Luck points may be spent out to alter the result. Player can use luck points to alter a roll on a 1-for-1 basis. The points are spent are deducted from the investigator's luck scroll and reduce the chance of passing. That's right. You cannot spend them on luck rolls, damage rolls, sanity rolls, or rolls to determine the amount of sanity points lost. A player may spend any amount of luck points up to their current luck value on a roll. The player may only spend luck to alter one of their own dice rolls. When a roll is failed, the player has the option to push it or spend luck. Luck points may not be spent to alter the result of a pushed roll. Criticals, fumbles, and firearm malfunctions always apply. Cannot be bought off with luck points. Also, no skill improvement check is earned. In play, so it says here, does not say you cannot use it. So, you can. Which means, I'm gonna do it. It's, 7 points. Maybe a bad idea. See? Might be a terrible idea, see? But I'm gonna do it. Because I want to get at least the Cthulhu Mythos. Let's do it. Is this a bad idea? 9 years of a podcast and I learned nothing. 7th edition is brand new. How could you know? Let's go to 112. I don't know about you, but I feel like this might be bad. 112. If any of your rolls were successful, which they were, because I spent the luck on it, read the appropriate entry below. If all your rolls failed, go straight to the paragraph after the bullet points. All right. Everyone? Here we go. I was successful on the Cthulhu Mythos, or the occult roll. I realize that Hawk's library is stacked with strange assortment of titles. Marvels of the spirit world, Crowley's incantations, Weinberger's De Monde. Add plus 10 percentile to my int roll for the rest of this entry only. I get a plus 10 on my int. Spot hidden? No. Listen? No. Too bad. I'm going to make an int roll. I feel really badly about the fact that I did not make the spot hidden or any of those, but, well, let's see. Am I going to make an int roll? Add any bonuses for this entry, if any, and I do. So I'm going to give myself here we go. Roll my intelligence, but remember I get a plus 10 on this one, which means that's a 90. I just make it. My rolls are doing terribly right now. I'm going to tell you what. Well, It's all right. That's a success, by the way, and I feel very good about the fact that that is what happened. All right, well, I succeed. If I succeed, I realize I should get the hell out of here. Ah. Oh, hold on a minute. Excuse me for one moment. I'm gonna have to do this, because I feel like we're in trouble. Ah, I feel I should just get the hell out of here. Out of Dodge. From behind the curtain, a hand suddenly reaches out for me, but a successful dodge roll gets me away and out the door. To any, well, Athens look, oh, huh, I gotta make that dodge roll first. Let me go make that dodge roll, why don't I? Got a 57. Oh. Monocle's like, oh, gotta go. That's a failure. And I do, oh my. So, I failed that dodge roll. I don't think you can push in a solo, because it only gets worse anyway. And I'm gonna tell you what, that's 12 bits of luck. So, maybe you're right. Okay, I'm gonna spin the luck. That's 12 points of luck, though, everybody. Yeah. And here's the thing. If I don't spin the luck, I just think I die. So let's spin that luck, why don't we? So I'm gonna go from, I need 12. 57, so that's, I need 18. Right? 10, that's, 67, that's 10. I need 18. 18. All right, then. Well, I had 43 luck, and, let's just say I don't have that anymore. So I'm gonna have, 25 luck, everybody. Doesn't sound good, but 25 luck is better than being dead. I'm gonna dodge out of the way. That's what I'm gonna do. So if I make that dodge roll, I get out of there. Me and my interpreter would just go. That was terrible. I get to go anywhere else I want to go right now. What time is it? It's a terrible business. It's 3 p.m. Let's get to the museum before it's too late. That was bad. Does the Alone series have a method for recovering luck? No. Well, I don't know about the other ones, see? But I can tell you that this one, Alone in the Dark, has no means to recover your luck. So when you run out, it's going to be real bad for you. That's what they have to say. As a matter of fact, you can't even go up on your skills until the adventure's over. So no extra luck. Right. So we got to get out of here. Let's go to the museum. That's the next place we got to go. And then I feel like we're going to have to find that old guy at the Parthenon. It's 3 o'clock. The museum will be open now. 118. The museum. We'll get there at 4 p.m. 118. Don't let me forget. By the time we get there, it's 4. 118. The National Museum of Archaeology, see? To look around the museum, go to 176. If it is before December, which it is, you can try to see Pisistratos, the museum director. Go to 153. After November, that director's on vacation. Well, let's absolutely go to see Pisistratos. That's 153. I hope he's not going to try to stab me as well. Feel like a lot of people are trying to stab me right now. I don't like it. A young secretary guards the door to the museum director's office. She informs me in careful English that Mr. Pisistratos' schedule is full. If I want to push my case, arguing with the secretary in the hopes of seeing Pisistratos, see 34. If Christos is with me, you can also go to 22, which he's not, but I've got a... all right, well, 34. Let's see what we can do. I don't know about you. I feel like somebody's trying to murder me. Feels unhealthy. 34. Despite my best efforts, she will not change her mind and sends me on my way. Well, that's very nice. Go back to 118. Suppose I'm gonna have to walk around this museum. I want to see this Pisistratos, though. Yeah. Let's look around. That's 176. You know, polished. I really do like a good solo adventure. I feel like most games should have one. If you can, then I feel like you should. Let's see what we can find here in this museum. I see the fabulous... I think they're a great way to introduce people to how your game works, and people who don't have a... Anyway, not the point. I see the fabulous treasures of ancient Greece. I also find the stand where the Carpathos device, replaced at the moment by a drawing and a photograph, is normally kept. Go to 168 for more information on the device, and then return here. 168, you say? All right, I'll bite. What's in 168? What can you tell me? The archaeological team at the National Museum in Athens have reported on the Carpathos device, noting the inexplicable markings on its surfaces and the complex network of gears and linkages. The team has established that the device is at least 2,000 years old, although some suggest it might hold a more ancient date. The report implies an ancient level of technical achievement previously undreamt of by scholars. Cryptic Greek inscriptions were found on the outside edges of some gears, while some interior sections were marked with unusual Egyptian hieroglyphs. The team makes no guess about the function of the device. If I'm in Arkham, which I am not, if I'm in Athens, go to 176, which I am. So I'm going right there. That's great. So, the notes speculate that the Carpathos device is some kind of astronomical clock designed to aid priests. Other scholars feel it may have been designed to actually create something material. Still others see it as merely an elaborate amusement for some wealthy noble or merchant. Wealthy. Amusement. I'm an industrialist. Some of the origin of this device is not uncertain, nor has the substance of which it has been made been determined. Make a luck roll. Well, that's terrible. You know, I just used all my luck not to die. What? Well. You know what, though? Better unlucky than dead. Hey, roll luck. Let's see if we get some kind of luck here. That 25 luck. Oh, no, not at all. If I failed, go to 118, which is back where I was at. Didn't get any kind of extra bonuses. That's all right, though. I'm going to have to write this all up in a telegram. Well, that's it. I just spent all that time there, and I was at 4, so that's 5 o'clock. Let's see what we can do, then. We have been to the museum, and, what are we thinking about? We've been to the Bureau of Investigations. We've been to my hotel. The Archaeology Museum. We've been to the newspaper, checked it out. We haven't been to the Parthenon. I'll tell you what. It's about 5 o'clock. Let's go to the Spiral Outfit and Supplier. Maybe we can find something of use. Like a gun. I have a gun. It's all right, but that'll give us a little bit of Oh, you know what we haven't done? I feel like we're going to probably need to eat some food. Let's see, where have we been at? We're right about here. It's about time to eat. Let's just go and, at the 5 o'clock time, eat some street vendor food, which I think will be fine, and then we can just travel. That's the 6:17. We're going to make ourselves to the Parthenon right there in the evening. I'm a little freaked out by the fact that somebody tried to murder me. And I thought maybe if I could get some help from my friend right away, that might be better rather than worse. So, let's go to the Parthenon. That's 194. Yeah, 194. Let's see what that's going to give us. 194. Do you have a bad feeling about all this? Because I do. That's just what I want to say. 194, the Parthenon, eh? The majestic temple column glow, and the majestic temple columns glow golden yellow in the setting sun, yes. Deepening to blue as you clamber across the rubble to reach the lonely inner court, see? The beauty of the scene somehow oppresses me, and I gradually sink into my own thoughts. As I ponder the suicide of Gleer, a scream abruptly brings me to the present. A cry seemed to come out of nowhere, and I think we know what this means musically. This means we're going to have to go to this place. That's what we got to do. Suddenly, I'm aware of my isolation, see, and vulnerability, and the deepening gloom, eh? If I try to hide, go to 14. If I try to sneak away, go to 18. If I try to stroll away casually, go to 19. I don't think I'm very good at stealth, because I'm not very stealthy, see? But I'm gonna go and try to hide. Parthenon. 14. I don't feel very good about this at all. But there's a scream and I crouch, see, in the gloomy shadows. Soon I hear slow, shuffling footsteps from many directions. Do I wish I'd run instead? Somehow I can't myself glad, see, that I can't make out the face of the approaching figures. Figures which moves as though alive, yet they remind me of the dead, see? I'm sure they see me and I begin to panic, see? Yeah, so I have two choices. I can either run or I can use fast talk to get out of this, see? But my fast talk is terrible, so I'm gonna run. Yep, I'm gonna run. That's 27. I'm at the Parthenon. Something grabs me. I've gotta make a strength roll. I'm gonna see if I can do this right now. I'm gonna cheese it. I'm cheesing it. Strength roll. My strength. I'm kinda old. I'm not that strong. Let's see if we can be. Yes. I'm in Athens. I succeed. I succeed. Let me make some grabs for me. I make a strength roll. If I tear from the grass, I escape to 33. Okay. Trembling with fear, see? I reel down the road for the Parthenon. I spy a lone figure ahead, see? A white-haired old man who uses a walking cane. I babble a warning in English, supposing that the alarm and a low tone in my voice will have to dissuade him from going close to the horrors lurking the Parthenon behind me, see? To my surprise, he answers in English. His voice is slow, but inspires in me confidence. He says,
"Fear no more. Tonight, the stars themselves bind those things to the top of the sacred hill. We have nothing to fear here."
My terror begins to lift like a veil.
Your friend was killed by one of those creatures. You see them in museums, looking like stuffed animals, undead, ghouls. Who knows their origin? The Shadow knows. Your friend, Gleer, saw them just before they killed him. That is as much as you and I need know.
He pauses.
Our lives, we struggle in darkness. We are poor beings.
I think I need my less combat music and more my creepy, oppressive gloom music right here is what I need. There we go.
Our lives, we struggle in darkness. We are poor beings who need the darkness in order to find the light.
As he says these words, the moon breaks through the clouds, and a calm beauty pervades the world. My fears are quenched. My heart is utterly at peace, and this makes me feel a bit nervous.
I have been on quests like yours. I have been a scholar of the unusual. I know the uncertainties and the terrors. There is nothing we mere mortals can do but strengthen our faith and struggle against the darkness.
The two of us walk slowly.
I do not know what Gleer has discovered, but I do know that while in prison, he told someone that if the Carpathos device was returned to its home, life as we know will cease to exist.
He turns to me.
I am at the end of my life. It is up to you to stop this evil. As your friend attempted so valiantly, Egypt is the answer. Go there. Find the Carpathos device. Return it to the sea, or destroy it utterly.
He takes something from his hand. It's a ring, heavy, with gold, curiously made, covered with signs, most prominently a five-pointed star with a core of flame.
I give this to you. It has power, though perhaps not as much as you would want. Use it against dead things brought back to existence.
For a moment, a friendly hand has steadied me and restored my resolve. This warmth of feeling is what I fight for, and the numbing terror which chased me from the hill is what I despise. When I look up again, my new friend is gone. The road is empty. The encounter was like a dream. But the ring is still there. I slip it on a finger, my pinky finger, because I'm rich. It fits firmly and comfortably. Reaching the bottom of the hill, I find a cab and go to a hotel. I sleep peacefully. In the morning, I may go to any Athens location. I'm going to write down that I have a ring. With an elder sign. Because after all, that is an elder sign on it. You died up there once. I got out of there. So, everyone, let's ponder this for a moment, shall we? We are, after all... Thank you for the compliment of the cravat. I thought I'm being a rich industrialist, so I need not only a cravat, but I also need, my monocle. Monocle and cravat, so I can be a rich person with a cigar. So, we go to bed. Yes. Oh, thank you. It's a prescription monocle, so it actually does have my prescription in it, which I feel like is only a good thing. So, let's ponder this. We're going to wake up on the 30th, which is, after all, Wednesday. Yes, monocles are quite practical because, you see, at the moment, I only need my glasses for long distance. And I don't need them for short distance, and so I'm always taking my glasses off, you see? Wait a minute. I'm always taking my glasses off because whenever I'm, in close proximity with people, I don't actually need it for anything close. So I always take them off, and I'm always afraid that I'm going to lose my glasses because I keep taking them off all the time. And so if I have a monocle, then I can have it on for distance, but then when I don't need it, I can just pop it off and it just hangs, and I don't have to worry about losing it. You're the same way? Yeah. Okay, so it's the 30th. We have to think about this. We're going to wake up on Wednesday. And we need to go to Egypt, right? Let's check this out. I know we have notes about this. So, you need a purple top hat and a suit and a long filter. I need to be. Do you really think you might need glasses? You might do. You might do. It happens to the best of us as we get older. So here's what I'm thinking. I wrote this down. The boat that would take us to Alexandria directly goes pretty late. It's on Friday, and we're on Wednesday. That's Tuesday. It's every Tuesday and Friday. That'll take us to Alexandria, and that's like a whole... We're currently on Wednesday. We'd have to wait till Friday in order to go. We can see about hiring that boat. Archery kind of put it out to you. So I feel like we should see if we can hire that ship. Just get, not the boat, rock the boat. Think, even longer. We have to hang out for 2 days with people trying to murder us. Well, check it out. So let's wake up in the morning and, I feel like there's nothing really particularly exciting that, outfitter. Want to get some mace. Let's, you know what? Why don't I make some phone calls? Uh, I'll tell you what. Let's wake up in the morning, as you can do. Let's wake up at 7. That's what time we're waking up in general. Let's wake up at 7 o'clock, have our breakfast. And then let's make some phone calls. Let's call the train station, find out where they go, and let's then call the harbor. Those are all places we can call and find out something or other. Let's see. Let's find out what we have. Well, we're going to call. We can call the airport, the harbor, and the railway station. I think we should call all 3. Wednesday. Wednesday. The 30th. Yes. Why don't we make a phone call, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. We're going to call first off the, harbor. 173. What do you got to say to me, harbor? Oh. This is nice. If, I got a thing I can show you. Hold on a minute. I've got a, what is it, 173. See, what you may not realize is that I made, I sort of took, all the little images. So here, if you want to see it, this is the harbor of, Piraeus. This is it, hanging out, just, doing its thing. Beautiful little harbor right there, right next to Athens. You want to see what it looks like? It's beautiful. I got the original Batman series a year ago. I need to watch it. Loved those when I was young. I like it as well. I appreciate that you know what I'm thinking about. So, that's our harbor. So it's, we've been here already. We called, and, we know that, we can take a steamer to Alexandria every Tuesday and Friday. We can go to Bremen every Tuesday and Saturday, and we can leave for New York. That's not very exciting. So, why don't we then, in this case, call the next place? At least you get all the information about that. Let's, why don't we just call the, airport? See where we got the airport. Athens Airport. At the tiny airport, 3 aircraft sit beside the airstrip. I'm calling to find out. A Douglas M2 mail plane, 10 years old, and look at it, rests alone. A Ford TN motor waits in front of an open hangar, and a Fokker T2, a strange boy with a snub nose, has a mechanic working on it. And there's I'm just calling, though. Inquiries at the office, that's me, can reveal that the TN motor makes regular flights to Cairo. And it leaves 8 a.m. daily. If I buy a ticket, I can. Mail plane's not delivering anymore. And the clerk says the Fox is unavailable if you want to look over it. Okay, so, Cairo. If that's not what I remember, I believe we were supposed to make our way to Cairo, were we not? Did our not friendly fellow say that we needed to go to Cairo? Well then, if I recall correctly, he says that we need to go to Cairo. Was I wrong or was I not wrong about that? If I remember correctly, he says that we gotta go. Yes, the whole thing's going to Cairo. If I remember correctly, that's where the whole, thing is going. Yes. The Carpathos device is going to Cairo. Right? Yeah. That's what everybody says. It's going to Cairo. So, if that's the case... We read that. Somebody told us that, yes? Cairo. I want to make sure I didn't make it up, but I believe that is the case. And if that is the case, maybe we just book that plane flight to Cairo. 8 a.m. Cairo. 8 a.m. All right. If that's the case, we should check out the motorship Kyoto. So it's 160. Just to see what it has to say. But I think what we do, considering that people try to kill us, we take that plane to Cairo. Now, we got this boat. A peeling but sturdy-looking vessel rests beside the pier. It is the Kionis. On the deck, I see a sign that says ship for hire. See Captain Miko Raduca. I want a secret way to leave Greece. This might be it. Raduca, the half American, half Armenian, half Greek captain, will take me anywhere in the Mediterranean. It takes 24 hours to get the vessel loaded, fueled, and crewed. If Chrysos is with you, 78, then return here. If I hire Kionis, I sail at this time the next day and reach Alexander exactly 48 hours later. Otherwise, etc., etc. So here's what we're going to do, everybody. What we're going to do is, because it's already too late in the day, we're going to have to, because we can't be dishonest about this. What time is it? Oh, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. We're making our phone calls. Oh, which means we could actually just make it this morning. If we rush down, then we get there 8 o'clock. Because it is 7. Well, that means we don't have breakfast, though. All right, then. In which case, we don't get breakfast. We're going to get the hell out of Athens. It's bad news. We spend that first hour traveling down there, and, I hope so. The airport. What do we got? This is going to be, let me look. Let me get the number right. That's 181. Open 24 hours a day. Well then. Why don't we get to the airport? We're going to rush down there. We notice a strange bird that somebody's... You notice the single bystander seems to watch me intently. I don't like that at all. I can make it... I buy a ticket, and I'm going to go to 99 while my flight is due to take off. I could look over the Fokker, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna just get... Because I'm in a rush. I'm in a rush. We're gonna head off to Cairo. That's 99, which is a great song, 99 Tears. So the number of songs, 99 in it. So, the morning of Wednesday, the 30th, as I enter the passenger compartment, a steward in a blue uniform offers me a piece of chewing gum and some cotton. He gestures the cotton is for my ears, and I take one of the wicker seats in the plane. Wicker. As I look out toward the terminal building, I see 2 brutal-looking men intently watching the plane. As my face comes into their view, I see them point and smile. If I think I shouldn't be on this flight, return to the airport entry at 181. That seems bad. You know what? I'm going to stay aboard. Because if I get off, I feel like I might meet them, and that might be bad. By the way, I sent a telegram to my good friend telling her, you gotta go to Cairo. So if I stay aboard, you see other passengers file in, a number of Arabs, an Englishman indirectly chewing his gum, a Greek tycoon, fellow tycoon, a colonel in the Greek military. The thud of the corrugated aluminum doors met with a screeching whine and the engine springing to life. A fitful roar fills the cabin. You know what? I'm feeling nervous. So, yeah. Let's go put our oppressive gloom on, shall we? Yeah. So. A fitful roar fills the cabin, The attendant stands in the back as the plane sails smoothly into the sky. As I head south, the cabin is much colder than I imagined it would be, even though I'm quite near the heating ducts. Chew your gum! The Englishman shouts above the din. The gum! The gum, it'll help your ears! I smile and, sing okay. After a while, one of the Arabs gets up and moves to the front of the cabin, see? He's a tall fellow, moving slowly. The steward moves forward, perhaps to direct him to take his seat. The toilet, if that is his goal, is in the opposite direction. Oh, no. The Arab opens the cockpit door, Make a spot hidden roll. Okay, well, I don't know how you feel about this, but I feel really bad about this one all... I have a gun. Can I just shoot this guy? All right, spot hidden. I fail. I fail, everybody. That's a fail. And there's no way I can make that up. If I succeed, go to 76. If not, the Arab goes in the cockpit and I go to 50. I sent a telegram. So if I die, well, I'm gonna make a listen roll. Let's make that listen roll, why don't we? All right, listen, that's a failure too. If I'm successful, I go to 55, but I'm not. If I'm successful and I have a gun, which I do, I can choose to go up to the pilot's cabin and see what's happening. If I failed, I lay low in my seat. And I go to 39. I have a bad feeling about all of this. I don't know how you feel, but I feel bad. I hear a scream. The plane lurches and then tilts slightly to the right. I notice that the previously smoothly flying craft has begun to wobble. I gotta go to 44. Oh, now, hold on. We gotta change this music. We're no longer in this music. I'm afraid we're in this music right here. Okay. Well then. 44, right? That's what I said. Beyond the door sprawls the limp, lifeless body of a pilot. I see the futile... Okay. I see the futile kicks of the co-pilot. The plane flies on tentatively. The Arab turns his head. I gasp at the sunken, ghostly eyes. His skin has a grayish pallor. It looks like an animated corpse. I'm gonna have to make a sanity roll if you don't mind right now. Let's just do that. Let's make a sanity roll. Have you heard of the sanity clause? Why does my sanity say 37? Hold on. For some reason, my sanity says 37, but that is not correct. I have to change that because I have not lost any sanity so far in this campaign just yet. So, that, by the way, is a success because I have full sanity. I've not done anything to lose any of it. So, I think what had happened was that I'd pressed the wrong one, which means my luck should probably be at 30, not 25, because I mixed up those two scores. That is a success. Success, by the way. I don't lose any points. I can make a history roll, and I am going to try to do that if you do not mind. History? I have a 5. Nope. A sudden lurch of the craft throws the other passengers against the bulkheads, stunning them or disabling them. Make a dex roll. All right. I will. I fail. Ooh. All right. If I fail, I tumble into the bulkheads and I lose 1d3 hit points of damage. And then I read on. Well, I'll take it. Everybody, this is not great. I'm gonna lose 3 hit points. Also, some of these stats are not correct at all. I don't know why that says 25. I just have to check. I lost 3, so I'm at 8. All right. Just for the record, for some reason, some of those things were improper, but that's all right. Are you armed? I am. I'm armed. See, you can shoot if I have a gun at point blank range, and I get a bonus to my bonus die. Yes. Then I will do this. All right. We're in a bit of a pickle, everyone. We're in a bit of a pickle. I have got a Colt 45 on me right now, and I'm gonna whip it out. I whip out this Colt 45, and there's this strange, pallid-looking, ghoulish sort of figure. You know, I do have this ring. I'm gonna shoot at it. Here's what it is. Did I take the participation roll 1, adding additional skills at character creation? I did, because I took an officer. It does not give me the chance to use the ring at this moment. So, here's the thing. It does not look as if he is trying to fight back. Yes, let me see. You can shoot if I have a gun at point-blank range. The Ab has 15 hit points. It will take him 1d6 rounds to finish killing the co-pilot. Then if he's still moving, he turns and approaches you. In the meantime, you continue to try to kill and fight. Okay, so... I'm going to say this. In this game, when you get to combat, these are opposed roles. I'm going to shoot him. And he has to choose whether or not he's going to dodge, fight back, maneuver, but I don't think he's doing either one of those things, really. I think he's trying to kill that pilot. So, I feel as if he does not defend. Yes. You can dodge bullets, can't you? Well, no, you can dive for cover, but it doesn't look like he's doing that at all. Let's see. Melee combat, other combat situations, range and thrown attacks. Yes, you can dive for cover, it looks like. Thrown weapons to be dodged. You may not choose the option of fighting back against a ranged weapon. Well then. Shall we? Here it is. I can take a penalty die to shoot 3 times. And I get a bonus die for being in point-blank range, which means I believe that I can just fire 3 times at normal attack, regular difficulty. So they negate each other. Yes, firearms are not opposed. I think that's what I do it. That's what I do. Firearms is not opposed. It's difficulty by range. Well. Readied firearm. Shoot at dex plus 50. What does that mean? Wait a minute. Well, that's what we're doing. Okay. I don't know if you're ready, but I am. I'm not ready. Initiative, oh yes, initiative's based on dex, but I get to go. First things first, I'm gonna take my turn. And I'm gonna shoot 3 times. With my handgun. Three times because bonus and penalty cancel out. 1. Oh, you know what? Sorry, that was a success. But I can actually just do this with my weapon itself. 1, 2, 3. That one's a failure. Oh, by 1. Can we spin luck on combat skill rolls? We can, can't we? Hello, Corey Hickson. Yes, we can. I'm going to burn that luck, bringing me down to 29 luck. All right. So, my damage rolls were terrible. Really bad, but I get to roll one more damage roll. That's a 8, 9, 10, 11, 16. He's got 15 hit points. Okay. So, 1 round. Bam, 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 bam. I fire with my Colt 45, which I whip out of my shoulder holster. It has 7 bullets indeed, yes. Blam, blam, blam. And the 3 bullets hit home. And in a moment, he's down. The plane will crash 1d6 rounds plus 6 rounds after he turns to me, but he doesn't. His dex is 40, he attacks, that's fine. He's gonna try to choke me out, it's fine. Once I've dealt with the air, but I can save myself and the rest of the passengers by either having saved the co-pilot, which I did, right? Because the co-pilot is not dead. Yes, he did not kill the co-pilot. The co-pilot is alive. Or by rolling having saved the co-pilot, which I did, by rolling a successful pilot aircraft, which I don't need to do, or by rolling a successful first aid, which I'm also fine. I noticed that the Greek colonel momentarily knocked unconscious while his pilot's wings, but I'm actually fine. Because I saved the co-pilot. So, I, whip out my 45, Colt 45, and I quickly turn around and send 3 bullets coursing right down towards this pallid gray figure. The bullets strike home as his fingers are wrapped around the neck of the co-pilot who's kicking and frantically trying to stay to life, but those bullets, a spatter of coagulated dark blood, spatter every which way, and the figure falls to the ground. The co-pilot quickly takes hold and regains control over the plane. And the plane touches back down at the Athens airport. Hopefully, I can find a safer plane for my journey. Ha 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 ha. Well. I'm back to 181, as a matter of fact. I'm back at the Athens airport. Someone was trying to kill me. The next time I see someone looking suspicious, that I should probably note that I should not get on that plane. But there was another plane. There were 2 planes there. There was a mail plane and this German plane. I'm going to go see this male pilot. That's 57. See if I can perhaps convince this man. I have a lot of money. I'm a rich industrialist. Perhaps I can convince him to take me. Where am I going? It's a good question. It's a male with an I pilot, but I don't know if it's male or female. Turns out the pilot is a male pilot who's also male. And the person's name is Jacques, who says, he smiles gallantly, I'm trying to interest wealthy Greeks in the romance of the air, but my little service has not been well received. Perhaps I may take you somewhere. I say yes. Yes. That's 92. I don't want to go back to Athens at all. I feel like people are trying to murder me terribly. So he will take me to Cairo or Bremen with no question asked. In order to have daylight to complete the trip, he must take off before noon, which we are indeed before noon. If you say yes, read on. Otherwise, no, I'm going to read on. Yes, absolutely. Here's some money. The flight is a windswept adventure in an open cockpit biplane. Ooh la la. If I'm going to Cairo, which I am, I go to 196. Yes, we're getting out of Athens. That was terrible. We're just going to 196. How long does it take me to get there? How long is the flight? It's a good question. I don't know how long the flight is. Well, hold on. Well, 196, Cairo. Yes, there's a bit of a difference. If you're looking for flight, it's about 3 hours is what it looks like. So it's a 3-hour flight. Let's do the math, and because we want to be correct here, we don't want to cheat. We got to the airport at 8, so I by the time we left by 9, that did not work out very well. We just got up and then got back down. So then I talked to this fellow, so let's say that's 10. Then I get 3 hours to get to Cairo. 1, 2, 3. It is 1 p.m. when we arrive at the airport. Yes. All right then. Everyone. Around the airport, I detect an odor resembling manure, and I see many British troops. Few planes are scattered around the tarmac. Regular flights are available on a Ford Tri-Motor and a smaller but steadier Northrop Alpha. I've just landed, which I have. I can find a taxi at 103. I'm a little sun-kissed, as a matter of fact. Let's see. If I'm looking for flight information, the Athens flight departs at 3 p.m. and arrives at 6. Bremen flight leaves at 9 a.m. and arrives at 5. Bremen, 9 a.m., 5 p.m. I'll remember that for later. Well, let's go get a taxi, shall we? 103. Huh. I don't know about you, but this seems to be somewhat. People are trying to kill me. They don't even know who I am. Well, of course they know who I am. I'm a rich industrialist. Cairo taxis. Of the few main streets of Cairo, cabs of every variety, from sleek new Packards to old Fords running on makeshift parts, can be found. I can hire a driver to stay with me for the day, or I can walk. Each trip to a location costs an extra hour. Go to any Cairo location on the Egypt table, so I'm actually going to hire this person for the day. I mean, if they knew who I am, I'd have more people trying to kill me. Now, one of your characters bought a motorcycle. Oh, that seems nice. Well, let's think about this, shall we? It's the 30th of September. Last day of September. People have tried to kill us. I've seen ghouls. I met a man with a ring. That seems nice. The Dr. Pepper kind of broke your immersion. What I should do, if I had a tumbler, but I don't think I have a tumbler. If I had a tumbler, I'd put the Dr. Pepper in the tumbler. It would look like I was having, what would you call it now? Some sort of whiskey or something like this. But I don't think I have any fancy glasses. I think the best I have is a shot glass or some such thing. Well, taxi, shall we? It would look like you were having Dr. Pepper in a tumbler? Well, no, I think it would actually probably look like it would be some sort of alcoholic beverage. You know how these things are. Well, let's go right up here, shall we? We are no longer in Athens. We are in not Egypt location table. We've got the Al-Azhar University, Alexandria Harbor and Rail Station, Alexandria Outfitters and Cairo Airport, Cairo Museum, Cairo Police, Cairo Railway Station and Restaurant, the Fuzira Marketplace, which is a place I need to go, hotels, hospital, on-the-street food vendors, other sleeping arrangements, retail and merchandise, taxis, Tel El Marna, Amarna, Pyramid. Yes. Al-Azhar might be in Alexandria. I remember one was the entries was not in Cairo, but I thought it was. So, what I feel like we do, we're at the airport, yes? I don't know if there's any food here, but I'm quite hungry. I feel like we should grab some other sleeping arrangements. What does that mean? What does other sleeping arrangements mean? What is that even about? Well, is there some sort of a restaurant? I'll tell you what. I'm going to go to the railway station and eat food there. And while I'm there at the railway station eating food, I can find out what the times are and all of that. That's what I'm going to do. I always go to the on-the-street vendors. Let's go to the railway station. That's 205. Yes. 205, shall we? We do this, we might be able to figure out at least something. 205. Come here, 205. At least we can, like, find out information about when the trains go. The Cairo rail station. You can get a good meal here between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m., which we're going to do. An offensive odor like the scent of manure hangs over the station. Many British soldiers prowl about here. I've just arrived, going to the Cairo location. Trains to Alexandria depart at 9 a.m., 12 noon, and 5 p.m. I would like a good falafel. Noon departure for Athens. 3 days to complete. Ooh, 3 days. Alexandria is 9 a.m., noon, 5 p.m. All right, then. Well, so let's ponder what we've done here so that we can make sure we are The hours are ticking away as they do. As they do. So, we get in at 1, yes? So we're going to ride down to the rail station, and then we'll get there at 2. We'll eat at 2 p.m., and then we'll travel 3 o'clock to go to... We're going to be somewhere at 4 p.m. We're going to be somewhere to do something important. We're going to check this out as we're eating at the rail station. Let's see. You know, we should actually, while we're at the rail station, we should make a few phone calls. That seems to be the wisest thing. We can make a few calls, yes? Yes. They have a phone, so we could call the museum and the university just to get a bit of a sense of what's going on. So let's make a few phone calls as we're having our meal. What time is it? Oh, everything shuts down, doesn't it? Wait, I've got to find out what time we're in because, you know, everybody has their siesta. It's going to be 4 p.m. when we're done. So we're making all these phone calls at 3, which I think is fine. So we can call both the university and also the museum. Yes. Let's do that, shall we? Let's make a few... let's get a few phone calls in while we are having our breakfast. 206 is the museum. Let's call them first, shall we? Just give a phone call at the museum. And it says here, the museum is open from 9 a.m. to noon, 3 p.m. to 6 daily. 3 exhibits in this great museum might interest me. The treasures for the pyramids, the tombs of the ancients, and the Carpathos device. And I might want to interview the curator. Aha. Aha. Yes, all right, let's call the university. It's 149. I don't know what else we'll find, but we should see what might be there. 149. The university. Much open-minded learning and studying occurs in this incredible Cairo institution. Lately, the presence of British troops makes many Egyptians reluctant to talk with foreigners. Egyptian-style, Scott Rose notes, Egyptian-style falafel, by the way, is made with fava beans and often served with a tahini in a pita. I just feel like Scarlet Rose made a spelling error there. What it should read is, it's made with fava beans and served with a nice Chianti. Sorry. I can visit the library or visit one of the departments within the mosque-like main building. Each visit costs an hour, and I just try to be demanded with particular departments. When I'm finished, I can go anywhere else. So this is just reading in, finding out what's there. They've got Islamic culture, ancient history, modern history, languages, science, literature. Yes, so... There was a little bit too much trivia. You can never know too much trivia. Well, it is 4 o'clock. We would have to... Ooh. I think we go to the marketplace. The Fuzira marketplace. Or we don't. The Fuzira marketplace, as we remember, had some sort of mysteriousness to it. By the way, we reload our pistol. Why don't we go to the museum first? See what's there. Yes. All right. We're going to go to the museum. I don't know if this is a good idea, but that is what we're going to do. Again, this marketplace... we should just go to the marketplace. We might die, though. Marketplace. We're going to the marketplace. Oh, thank you for the compliment on saving the plane, Max Ryder. I whipped out my pistol. We're going to go to the marketplace. I'm going to get my driver to take me there to the marketplace. I don't know if this is a good idea or not. But at 4 p.m., we reach the marketplace. It might be a bad idea. But the thing is, I read about it, and I thought it would be interesting. So I'm going to do it. Is it a bad idea? Maybe. Maybe it is. Thank you. I will fix that in one moment. I should be back. Let me know. I had to reset my audio interface. Let me know if I'm all right. Ma. Thank you. Ma. Fuzira Marketplace. I have a picture that I wanted to show you. It's in the book, and I made a little thing of it so that you can see it. That's, New York. We don't want that. Well, that's the New York Sun. I should have shown you that photograph of the New York Sun. And I didn't. I'm the worst. Hold on. Here, right here, is, the Fuzira Marketplace. This is it. This is where we're going right now. Should we go there? I don't know. There's a photograph, so maybe the answer is yes. The market thrives from early morning to after sunset. There are hundreds of shops and stalls. Many signs are in English, and many British troops idly walk around. You can choose from among the following. For caravans and travel, go to 384. For poetry and artifacts, go to 734. For fortune-telling, go to 318. For an outdoor cafe, go to 340. For outfitters and suppliers, go to 383. And for a dagger throw game, go to 414. Let's go get our fortune told, shall we? Yes. Let's get our fortune told. Will this be a bad idea? Perhaps. Let's hope they just didn't know who I was and are following me. Like sketchy people with magic who can track you magically in some bad way. I enter through a curtain. An old woman looks up, her eyes wild. I offer a coin I find in my pocket, and she tells me my future. I go to 389. Maybe she'll tell me something good, like, I will win the lottery.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
389. I see darkness. Darkness. Oh, a foul creature lurks, holding a basket. A door opens. Something shiny glows. I see your face, trembling in the darkness. And below, I see... I can see no more. She falls silent. Do I want to press her for more visions? I do. If so, 378. She sees something. Please. You must tell me more. Whatever I'm about, my future is uncertain. But it's the fate of the world that rests in all of this. Please. If you know something, if you can see something, please, madam. Please tell me.
They're coming through, Barbara.
I've missed it by 2. I'm going to spin the luck, because I might need to know. Also, you know, I'm very good at intimidating. All right. I am successful. I go to 396.
How much sanity does the fortune teller lose?
It's a good question. Please, you must tell me. I, as an industrialist, Ernest Holt, must know the fate of the world.
As you wish. I see darkness, and you, alone. There is blood. Blood. Now, I see ice, as though the whole world is frozen. Now, oh, how horrible! No, I must stop.
She stares at me, as though I'm a monster and gasping. Ushers me out. I return to the market. Well, that seems bad, doesn't it? Well, that was an hour spent in the marketplace. And, it is now 5 p.m. Well, Max says, hooray, it's harmless enough. I don't think it's harmless at all. I think it seems terrible. I'm probably going to go to midnight to see how far we can get. We started at 7:30, and so 1:30 is 4 hours. This is a good time. I'm going to end by midnight, the witching hour. So, we can look at pottery and artifacts. That's 374. You know, I have some concerns about all the things that we are going to see. By the way, I said that's, well, 374. The shopkeeper is a short man. The shopkeeper, a short man, is somehow familiar. He has a huge collection of phony artifacts and cheap pottery. In fact, there's a suspect air about this place. I can browse for an hour if I wish to spot hidden roll. I will do that. I'm going to make a spot hidden roll. At least I hope I'll make that spot hidden roll. I may fail to make it, but I hope that I succeed. Spot hidden. Success. Ha! 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 191. I do going to make this spot hidden roll. Although, you know, when you're playing Call of Cthulhu, sometimes you don't want to make the spot hidden roll. But that's neither here nor there. An ornate mirror catches my eye. See? What appears to be a mere filigree around the border proves to be a frieze of snarling animals of some kind. With a successful int roll, let's see, I'm pretty good at smarts. How could I fail? I have a 90. I have an 80 at this. Thank you. Maha. If I fail, I look into the mirror and I read on, which I do. Looking into the mirror, I see a horrible creature looking out at you. I jump back. I have to make a sanity roll. I fail. So I'm going to lose some sanity right now. 9. This is that's my first loss of sanity. I am going to lose 9 sanity, but I believe if you lose 9 all at once, it's not good, yes? But I can't move fast enough before a terrifying hound-like creature sees me. Oh, no, that's bad. Set a roll 1d20. The monster's eyes fix upon me, and I feel the dread chill at the core of my being. I may not know what this creature is, but I know that it sees me, that it can somehow get to me out of the mirror. Roll 2d10. Determine how many days it takes for the hound-like creature, probably of $10, to arrive. Mark my calendar for that day and hour. On that day, C306. For now, do whatever you like. Uh-huh. Oh, that's bad. Let's see. Let me, 154. It's bad. So, failing sanity roll, blah, blah, blah. Self-control. I told me what happens. I jump back at that. Maximum sanity, insanity, temporary insanity. 156. Oh, yes, I'm certainly going to, yes. So, you should fail an int check for, or bout of madness. Let me see. I want to make, look, doing this also helps me transition from 5th edition to 7th edition Call of Cthulhu. So, you roll. Successful means you're fine. Failed roll means blah, blah, blah. Situation, blah, blah. Sanity, blah, blah. Blah. Failing sanity roll always causes the investigator to lose self-control for a moment. We already know what happens. I jump back and I freak out. Fumble, that's fine. Maximum sanity. That's also fine. Traumatic experiences. Duration, blah, 3 states. Temporary, indefinite, permanent. So... first, insanity against the brief bout of madness to which plays control about the investigator is compromised. Second, a bout of madness is followed by a period of underlying insanity during which the player retains full control of the investigator. However, the investigator is prone to delusions, phobias, and other further bouts of madness, and the final phase is recovery. So, if an investigator loses 5 or more sanity points as a result of one sanity roll, sufficient emotional trauma has been suffered that the keeper must test the investigator's sanity. The keeper asks for intelligence roll, which I will do right now. Oops, pardon me. Yep. If the roll has failed, the investigator has repressed the memory and does not become insane. Perversely, if the int roll succeeds, which it does, the investigator recognizes the full significance of what has been seen or experienced and goes temporarily insane. The effect of the temporary insanity begins immediately and lasts for 1d hours. Well. We've got a couple of rolls we have to make at the moment. Yes, we have a couple of rolls we have to make. One, we have to find out when the Hound of $10 will come after me. Let's do that first. Let's just do that first, shall we? This happens at 6 p.m. And let me roll 2d10. 10. So, in 10 days, this creature will arrive. So, it is currently the 30th. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you can see this terrible thing's happening right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So on the 10th, yeah. On the 10th of October at 6 p.m., let's give this a different color, shall we? Let's give this the color of green. Yep. On that moment, and we should make a little note. A note so that we don't forget it. One that makes us feel very happy and exciting. Sure, let's do that. And we'll just say this is, go to, what is that, 306? Go to 306. And here you go. Go to, oh, you know what, I should actually, do that. I don't know if you feel like this is going to be terrible, but I do. Go to 306. We probably ought to be dead by then. Ooh, well, we did that. And now we've got to do the rest of it. The temporary insanity. For 1d hours, 1d 10 hours, for 2 hours, I'm going to be temporarily insane. I'm going to write this down. 2 hours. A bout of madness. So, temporary madness. Indefinite, losing a fifth or more of your current sanity points in one game day, which for me would be... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I lose 1/5, which is 10 in one game day, and I've lost 9. So I'm currently okay. So it's not indefinite. So if I lose 10 in one day, I will become indefinitely insane. No investigator is simply able to shrug off that amount of sanity drain, and a day is defined by the keeper. I'm close, not yet. And then there's permanent insanity when I'm reduced to 0. So, I'm on the edge. So temporary, I'm currently temporary. I get to go through 2 distinct phases of insanity. First, the investigator experiences a short bout of madness, phase 1, and then is followed by a longer period of underlying insanity, phase 2, which lasts longer until the investigator has fully recovered. Hours, or in the case of temporary insanity, months, in the case of indefinite. So, my first initial thing is to freak out, right? And then I'm going to be upset for a while. Yes, I'm living on the edge. Phase 1, a bout of madness, also known as the red mist, frenzy, freak out, and panic attack. I'm becoming insane. And by the way, the word insane here is meaning this in a literary sort of pulp way, not real world way. You get a bout of madness. While experiencing a bout of madness, the investigator loses all self-control. In game terms, this means that the control of the investigator is handed from the player to the keeper. It is up to the keeper to whether this control takes involve dictating specific actions or what means giving the player guidance on how to play out the madness for however long may last. On the upside, the investigator cannot lose further sanity points while experiencing a bout of madness. The mind is completely unhinged at this point, and any subsequent horrors are either forgotten or later believed to be a manifestation of the madness. This protection is limited. A bout of madness lasts 1d 10 combat rounds, so 3 combat rounds, real time. If being played out, it may be longer, but you know. Each time an investigator suffers a bout of madness, the keeper may amend one of the investigator's backstory entries or add a new one. These alterations serve 2 purposes. The first is to reflect the investigator's descent into madness by adding irrational entries or corrupting existing ones. That's fun. Second, the entries can be added or altered to reflect events in the story and thus tie the investigator into the plot more strongly. That's not bad either. The player and the keeper should work together to add or revise backstory entries appropriately. Personal description. Suitable entries might include wild-eyed, thousand-yard stare, world-weary, or no longer cares for their own appearance. Ideology and beliefs. This here. But I'm not really alone, am I, Max? I'm in a shop. There's a shopkeeper here. So this is how you can sort of mess with it. And then, if the bout of madness happens during a scene in which other investigators are present, no. NPCs, yes. I see what you're saying. And that is... Right, so if it happens, combat rounds, it's lovely. Play out the madness round by round, blah blah. Real-time roll. Bout of madness summary. Bout of madness summary. Ah. Yes, yes, yes. So, it says here, if the bout of madness happens away from the company of other investigators, or everyone gets it at the same time, you can just fast forward. You may describe the crazy things the investigator has done, or simply say where the investigator finds himself or herself and the bout of madness comes to an end. In this way, the investigator may be lost in madness and thus not under a player's control for a few minutes.
or hours. Note that these minutes and hours are not played out. They're simply summarized by the Keeper. The Keeper may just describe the unfamiliar place in which the investigator returns to their senses with no memory of where they've been before. Most outcomes require the investigator to leave the place where the onset of the insanity occurs. If this is not possible, we go. All right, so let's do it. Let's roll 1d10. 1. Amnesia. The investigator comes to their senses in some unfamiliar place with no memory of who they are. Their memories will slowly return to them over time. Amnesia. So, our bout of madness, which lasts 3 combat rounds, basically, we do some sort of freak out, we don't know what happens. We're going to come to somewhere else, not knowing who we are. Well, because there's the 2 things altogether, right? There's phase 2. No, the 2 was how many hours it was. 2d10 was how long it'll take the dog to get to me. Yes, there's amnesia there. So I rolled for how long? 2 is temporary, which was, yes, 2 is the temporary, and then my, yes, but I don't have indefinite. That's the thing. It's 2 hours will be the entire temporary insanity. 3 turns was the combat rounds. No, I rolled 2 for 2 hours, 3 for 3 combat rounds. Yes, so you flipped it. It's 2 hours is how long the temporary insanity will last, and then 3 combat turns. Oh, I see. Let's see. Yes, so we'll look at the summary. If it happens, in this way, the investor may be lost in madness and thus not under player's control for minutes or hours. Typically 1d10 hours, or as the Keeper judges appropriate. Oh, I see, all right. Oh, no, please, do not mind me at all. Most of the outcomes require the investor to leave the place, etc. All right. So we're going to have to roll 1d10 to find out how many hours we're in the summary table. We have amnesia. 6 hours. All right. So, we are going to be missing for 6 hours. And then when we wake up, we will have no idea who we are. So we should probably roll again to find out how long we have amnesia for. Well, no, because we'll still have amnesia, right? So we have amnesia for 6 hours, and we don't do temporary insanity at all, right? So we replace temporary insanity with the bout of madness. It replaces it, yes? So if it were the regular temporary insanity, it would have been 2 hours, but that only would count if we have an investigator there. So we get 6 hours of being, we have no idea what happens to us. Well, we have amnesia. 6 hours later. And then we're going to it says our memories will slowly return to them over time. So we don't know how long it will be before our memories come back. It doesn't say how long, but I guess we should just roll again and decide. Let's see. Well, it says side effects. So there's probably a roll for this. Insanity phase 2. So we're going to be amnesiac for 6 hours. We'll hold on to that. Insanity Phase 2. Once the initial bout of madness is over, which for us is going to be 6 hours, the investigator enters a lower level state of underlying insanity. Control of the investigator is placed firmly in the hands of the player, who may freely choose how to roleplay being insane. It's that we don't have our memories back. While the player is not compelled to do blah blah blah, fragile state, underlying insanity, blah blah. Mental fragility remains for the duration of the insanity. 1d10 hours in the case of temporary insanity, which was what we got, and probably for the duration of the scenario or the chapter. All right, so we are going to now roll another d10 to find out how long it will take before our memories come back. 1 hour. All right, then. So, it says here, insanity side effects. Well, we're going to find out about all of this. While the investigator is sane, a phobia or mania acts solely as a role-playing trait. For example, if the player wishes for his or her investigator to overcome claustrophobia, it's fine. Well, 10 days before... yes. Direct exposure to the subject. So what we have is the amnesia, delusions in reality checks, amnesia, an inability to recall important personal information brought on by a desire to avoid unpleasant memories. The character may just forget the bad experience that caused the amnesia, or they could forget major chunks of time or everything about themselves. The character may choose to reset Cthulhu Mythos to 0 and maximum sanity to 99 when the amnesia holds sway. The horror returns when the character's memory do, or when they experience a similarly horrific situation. So, doesn't say that let's see. Insanity brought on by non-mythos stimuli wields no Cthulhu Mythos knowledge. However, each time an investigator reels from mythos-induced trauma, seeing a mythos monster, reading mythos tome, he or she learns more of the mythos and is reflected in the Cthulhu Mythos skill. The first instance of mythos-related insanity always adds 5 points to the mythos skill, and then further will get you +1. So, let's add, shall we, 5 points to our mythos skill. You never know if that's actually a good thing. Boom. Okay. Temporary insanity ends quickly enough that the schedules of treatment are not realistic, which is us. This is temporary, not the other one, indefinite. Permanent insanity doesn't help you. Temporary insanity lasts 1d10 hours. Alternatively, the investigator will recover after a good night's sleep in a safe place. If the investigators are in a state of heightened tension, they can may deem that sanity cannot be recovered. Okay, so we panic when we see this creature, and then we don't know what happens. 6 hours later, so midnight. Midnight is when we come to, but we don't know who we are. I'm going to make a roll, is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick a random place. I'm going to make a roll for a random place, is what I'm going to do. So, this is us. And we're going to find out where we find ourselves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There are 13 locations. Except that we can't pick the place we just came from, so we'll pick 12. And 1d12. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're on the street somewhere. We sort of come to on the street somewhere where the street vendors are. And we don't know who we are. It's midnight, so all the street vendors are shut up for the night. And I have no idea who I am or where I am. I don't know what country I'm in. I don't know what country I'm in, see? I don't know who I am. I have a gun. I don't understand what's happening. I wander around for another hour or so. And just trying to figure out where I am. And after about an hour, my memories start to come back. I just rolled randomly to see where I ended up. Right, it's now 1 a.m. And I can check my wallet, but it doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know who that name is or what it means. Don't know anything about myself. Don't remember anything at all. So I wander around. In the middle of the night, not quite certain what's happening. I should make a luck roll to see whether or not people decide to beat me up and rob me. Because that's what happens when you're a rich American wandering the streets at like 1 a.m. So let me make a luck roll. If I fail, I'm going to be attacked by, and I have very bad luck right now. I fail. So I'm going to be attacked by thugs in the middle of the night who are going to try to beat me up and take all of my money and things. Yes. So I'm going to be ambushed as I walk around the street. And let's see. Surprise attack. Allow a skill roll. Let's see. I can make a spot hidden to see if I notice I'm about ready to be attacked. Well, here's the thing. I feel like having me just wander around and not have any consequence from going mad is not really appropriate. Realistically, if a person with a lot of money is wandering around in Cairo at 1 o'clock in the morning in the middle of nowhere where they have no idea where they are, that's probably bad. Yeah, so I think that not having my character attacked would be cheesing it. So I'm gonna spot hidden, and I give myself a luck roll. I do, no, I never got a room. As a matter of fact, what I would imagine actually is that I don't have my bags with me because I had a car. I had a driver. And, well, here's what I think. I'd never gotten an interpreter here in Cairo. So, no, I've lost everything, right? So here's what we have to say. So we have to be realistic about it. I hired a cabbie for the day, but I have no longer what happened with him, right? So I have no shotgun. I have nothing. The only thing I have was what I had on my person, right? So I would have the pistol and my ID and my money belt, but I have no clothes besides what I'm wearing. I have no shotgun. I don't have anything else. So basically all of my books are gone. So I've lost my books. I've lost everything because I went mad for 6 hours and have no idea where I am or what happened. So realistically, everything's done, right? So I've lost all of my resources. And here's what we can do. That luck roll will be for while I was missing. So I will wake up having already been robbed. So I have no gun, no money, no ID. I'll have nothing. I'll just be completely destitute, right? Because that's what happens when you have bad luck. And they'll take the ring from me as well, right? Because this would have happened while I was don't know what's happening to myself. But I don't want to cheat. they just would take the ring off. I don't want to cheat, right? I don't want to be, I don't want to cheat. And I feel like it's not realistic to think that somebody who has no idea what's going on just gets out of that with nothing. So I wake up and I wander around destitute for about an hour, not knowing anything about where I am or who I am. I have no wallet. I have no ID. So I just wander around sort of like lost for a while. And I think what I probably are going to have to do is like sleep somewhere. Like in the streets somewhere. Which I do. I wake up. Let's roll a D10. 1. We should probably actually do 1d6 plus 2. Well, let me see. We're gonna sleep for at least 6 hours, right? So d6, 6 plus 1d6. So we're gonna sleep for 10 hours. When we wake up, it'll be 10 hours later. And we will, let's put it in there. We woke up at 1 in the morning. We wandered around, we woke up midnight, wandered around until 1 in the morning. So we're gonna wake up in the end at 1 p.m. No, 6 plus 10, 11 a.m. So we wake up 11 a.m. after having slept on the streets. We have nothing. Because we were robbed, because we had bad luck. Here's the thing. If we'd been indoors, I wouldn't have said it. Like, if we had been someplace other than, like, a bazaar, then I think they would have been different. So, he comes to his senses. He remembers everything. I imagine he's sleeping somewhere where garbage is, Volp is. I don't imagine he's sleeping, like, in a place where the police are. I imagine he's sleeping someplace, like, awful. You know, like in a ditch somewhere is what I imagine. Like, because Cairo's a huge city. He's probably sleeping somewhere where he shouldn't be. Like, in a ditch, in an alley, somewhere in a heap. Yeah. But he had bad luck. If he had good luck, he would have not been in this situation. But he had bad luck. So he's probably, like, you know, in some, like, really terrible, like, sewage pipe or drainage ditch. You know what I mean? Something like that. Okay, so he wakes up after 10 hours. He remembers everything. He checks himself, but he's got nothing. What does he do? What does he do? And he probably looks like crap, right? He's probably covered in sewage and, yeah, he's probably covered in sewage. Egypt declared independence in 22, although Britain did not withdraw its troops until after, yeah. So I imagine since he was sleeping probably in like a gutter, a drainage ditch, he's probably like covered in filth. Yeah, so he's probably covered in filth. Smells terrible. Who knows? He's probably got blood on him because he just lost his memory for 6 hours. He has no idea what happened, right? Find the American embassy, but there is no American embassy there. Well, we're gonna have to get ourselves back onto the scenario. It's just that we're losing time, right? How do we get ourselves back? Although, to be fair, you know what? Here's the thing. I think I should probably actually play out the robbery because he might just be killed. So I feel like I should play out the robbery. I feel like that's the only fair thing, right? We should probably play it out. So he's going to be ambushed by 4 thugs at 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, you disagree? So do you think we should just have him be killed by the thugs? Just have it be like a fiat that he's just killed because he's senseless and he doesn't know what's happening? Oh. No, he doesn't have a shotgun anymore. His shotgun was with his bags in the car, and he doesn't have access to the car anymore because he no longer has that driver. Okay, so if this is the GM's fiat, we could just kill him. We could just say he's robbed, murdered, lost a finger, and his body ends up dead in an alley somewhere. We could do that. So the question is, right? I'll take him at least a day or two to call someone who can wire him money. Yeah, okay, so let's see. Let's roll for it. Let's roll. But of course he has no ID, which means he doesn't have a passport. So he has no passport, he has no visa. He can't prove who he is. Thank you, 7. So I think he should probably be... let's roll his persuade. Let's see how his persuade does. If he can get anybody to believe him. He succeeds at his persuade, which means he doesn't get thrown in prison. Because he could have been, I think if he failed his persuade, he would have just been thrown in an Egyptian prison for a while. So the thing is, but he has no proof of who he is. So he failed to persuade, they wouldn't believe him, they just put him in prison. But he does succeed his persuade, which means, hey, Lysander, which means they will take him to... No, Krellin, because he doesn't have an interpreter. When he arrived in Cairo, his interpreter was in Greece. So he had no interpreter, and he had no hotel room, right? He hadn't stopped at the hotel, so he still loses everything. He has nothing anymore at all, but he's able to convince, he gets the consulate, he convinces the consulate to make a telegram. So he's gonna lose, let's say 1d4 days waiting for 3 days. He's gonna lose 3 days waiting for all the paperwork and all that stuff to come through and to get wired money back. And he's gonna have to basically, I think the consul will probably have a place for him to stay, but he can't do anything. He can't leave or do anything or go anywhere, make any progress on the adventure because he doesn't have ID or visa. He's got to spend all the time doing paperwork and getting ID and getting replacements and all of that. So he's going to spend 3 days, let's say the 4th. Well, 3 business days is the thing. So 1, the 3rd and the 4th don't count. So on the 6th at noon, the 6th of October at noon is when he'll be able to get himself all set up. Yeah. So, and he is without a finger and a hazy memory of what the hell happened, but deeply... Oh no, the problem is he remembers everything because his amnesia has come back. Yeah. Well, says you can move the next character as he was out of contact and have him out of contact for multiple days. The next character needs to contact him at that point. I thought, hit it. Yeah, but the thing is, he's not actually out of contact for 3 full days. He was missing for, he was out of contact for basically 16 hours. And then he's running around doing the consulate stuff. So Lydia Lau knows that he's alive. And so she would not be activated. He's just not gonna be able to make progress on the adventure for 5 days. 3 business days plus the weekend because it happened on a Thursday. Yeah. The only thing he doesn't remember is what happened between the mirror and his. How can he get in contact back in? So what he does, Krellin, is that after being amnesiac, he and being like, yeah, we'll cut off his finger. He's missing a finger, so he's bleeding. He's missing a finger. He no longer has a finger. His pinky finger is gone. He goes to the U.S. consulate, and he goes to the consulate. He convinces them that he, even though he has no ID or money, that he is somebody important. So the consulate wires back to try to go and confirm his identity. Unless you think, actually, Krellin, that he wouldn't be able to get in contact with anybody back in the States and no one, because he made that hard success with the Persuade. But if you think it's unrealistic that with a hard success with the Persuade, people would still believe him, then we can have that not happen. We could say that even with a hard success, it's not enough to get anyone to listen to him. Because, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the thing. He should pin a note to the insider's chat that says, if found, send us camera 2. The thing is, I don't think it would take, okay, so let's say, I think we just have to kill him then. Well, no, we'll just wait. So we're gonna lose 5 days, and he's going to, by day, I think after 3 days, he'll be able to get the because all the paperwork is being taken care of, right? Which means like he should be able to get money wired to him. So the question is, do we think that even with a hard success, he will not be successful in moving forward, or do we think that he will be successful moving forward? That's the question. What do we think? Do we think that regardless of his success in persuading people, the consulate will not help him? Because if we think that he will not be able to get help, we'll add more days. We could add another D6 to how long it'll take before he can get anywhere. No, Krellin says he won't be able to contact anyone. Krellin says that they would not help him. So if Krellin thinks they would not help him, they would not help him contact anybody, then maybe we should go with that, yeah? Because I don't want to be easy on him. I don't want to cheat, right? It's really important for me not to cheat and like cheese it, you know what I mean? Because, that's important to me. I said they wouldn't let him contact just anyone. They'd let him come to specific someones. So, Krellin, here's your thoughts. So he has contacts all over the world. He's super rich. He's got a business, all this stuff. Do you think it would be unrealistic for him to be able to make sure that his contacts are contacted? Because if you think it's unrealistic for him to be able to actually get into contact with his contacts, then we can make sure that happens. But look, this is why we're having the conversation. Because if we don't think it would if we don't think the U.S. government would help him, besides just like, I think someone in the consulate would recognize him and check to verify his identity. Yeah, but the question is, does that mean that he'll be able to contact his contacts? Do you know what I mean? What we could do is say that he's not able to contact them until after the 4 or 5 days, right? Because if they wouldn't let him contact just anybody, then we'll say he doesn't get to contact her or anybody besides, I don't know, anything. So it won't be until, so let's roll another D3. another D4. I think out of contact with investors, so a new one gets sent out is possibly unrealistic. So here's what's going to happen. Because he's not dead, it would, for the reason that the underpaid. So what we'll do is we'll just punish him by give him more days lost, is what we'll do. So at the end of those days, when he's got himself settled up, he's going to be able to contact her because he'll have money wired back. But we'll give him another D4 worth of days lost. Okay. So let's add another D4 worth of days lost to represent that they wouldn't let him just contact anybody. And this will be another number of days. He'll lose another 2 days with paperwork and trying to like contact people and let them know that he's not dead. So we'll put him on the 8th of October. Okay, so in order to deal with Krellin's concern that they would not let him contact anybody, like just anybody, they would only let him contact like specific, as soon as he can get money, all of his problems are done. Yeah, but you said they wouldn't let him contact folks, and I don't want to cheat, so we'll add another 2 days to his troubles on top of that. So it'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days before. Well, no, but it's important not to cheat, right? So we'll give him 9 days worth of loss. Well, but I don't want to cheat, right? Because that's the worst thing when people are like, oh, I'll just like solve the problem, right? So do I give him the extra 2 days worth of well, he's going to lose 5 days, 6 days, really, one way or the other, because of the thing. Yeah. An American in Cairo who shows up a day after being robbed would not have to wait at the consulate, especially after he claims to be a rich man known to go to Europe. Yeah. Well, we'll give him the loss of 6 days, and we'll give him a missing finger, and we'll have him lose all of his items and all this stuff, like the ring, the books, the shotgun, the ammo, the pistol. So he'll lose everything, his clothes, and so we'll wipe him out to 0, and we'll bring him back on the 6th of October at noon. So he has only like 5 days before he's murdered by the Hound of Tyndalos. Okay. I don't think he can replace everything in an hour. We'll have to find out whether or not he can get. Yeah, the consulate would let him wire his company easy. Yeah. So we'll have to go back shopping. We'll have to see if we can do it. So this will be the end, right? Because here we are. We finished it. So we've left our protagonist losing 6 days and losing all of his assets. Well, the problem is he can't do it in the whole, because 2 of those days are not work days, so it's going to take him a little while. So, and also I don't know if he can get guns and shotguns in Egypt as a non-citizen. Wait, I don't know if he can get that stuff. I'll have to check, because, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do. So we'll have to come back, but we don't know what's going to happen, right? He has the money, the hotel will get him. Will they get him guns and ammo, though? That's the question. That feels like, actually, I feel like I read somewhere that he won't be able to get the shotgun. He'll be able to get a pistol, maybe, but not a shotgun. Yeah, I remember seeing somewhere in the in the book that I might be able to get a pistol, but I don't think I'll be able to replace the shotgun. But I'm going to double check to see if that's actually the case. Okay, so he's lost he had a bout of insanity. We rule that he does not remember what happened, right? He doesn't remember anything that happened between going to the bazaar and waking up, which means he does not know that the hound is after him, which means he has no reason to leave Cairo. Yeah, so he does not know he's going to be murdered by a hound in 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. And so he doesn't know. There's going to be a mythos creature that's going to murder him in 4 days, and he doesn't know it. And he is going to have to replace things. And when we come back, it'll be noon on the 6th of October. And we will find out what happens. Yeah, we will find out what happens. There was a thing. Max, what is it? You said, oh no. What is it? Let's see. Things change. I'm sure they do, right? So in this adventure, only temporary and permanently look at the Cairo entries in the list. Let's see. There's a Cairo museum before and after the 30th. That's the only thing that has a thing on it. Yeah, there's a thing on the October the 30th, but we're not there yet. Yeah, it's like a before or after the 30th. We just lost time, but we didn't. So let's say only temporary and permanent insanity exist, which is what we had. Ignore phobias and manias. Okay. We haven't reduced. Thank you, 10. We haven't reduced to 0. If we are temporarily insane, is out of the game. An investigator who is temporarily insane is out of the game for the rolled amount of time. Roll 1d10 for the number of hours the investigator is out of play. We doubt that was 6. During this time, the investigator they have specific rules for this scenario. The investigator is huddling in a corner and so on. At the end of this period, the investigator is sane. As an option, because temporarily insane investigators are likely not to write, the player may act with the next investigator instead, with the latter until his or her demise or success, then return to the former investigator if the latter dies. At that time, though, the rest of the days of insanity must be taken. Make a note in the journal. So yeah, so I'm not going to activate the next one. Becoming sane again, the investigator starts at the same entry number as when he or she went insane, but the encounter which precipitated the insanity is presumed over, and the player should go to the next entry or backtrack to the appropriate decision point. Just to restate, what I was saying was that this route American couldn't walk into the consulate and be able to immediately contact Investigator Powell. That's all. Yeah, so right. These are the rules for a scenario. You went with the actual rules in the Keeper rule book. Yeah, so we'll go with that, right, with the rules from the book. Lose 5 days. And when we wake, we come back. He will be at a hotel with a new set of clothes, without his stuff, deciding what to do next, right? I think that's what we've got, right? And you'll have to pick a hotel. There's only 164. Okay. Well, let's see. Hold on. 1d10. Five. 101. He has a moderate hotel. Is what he's got. 101. Moderate. Yeah. He's going to have to spend there multiple nights, though, because he's got to spend like 5 or 6 nights there. Which means... So here we go. They give him this moderate hotel, right, in this time period. But he's going to spend there multiple nights because, after all, he is in trouble. And I want to just find out what happens because I need to know if he gets murdered so I can find out if I have to change my costuming. Spot hidden. Failure. So he fails to spot hide. 123. Sorry, we just have to find out when he gets murdered at the hotel. You go to your room. Make a listen roll. Failure. If failed, go to 185 and good luck. Okay, so 185, everybody. This is the. It's good to know. It's good to know now, so I can figure out costuming just in case. Everybody, we just have to know it. 2 figures enter. A short man holding a wicked-looking dagger and a tall man dressed in a shadowy cloak. I don't want to kill him, but I want to know... I wouldn't want to come up next time, do this, and have him die, and then have to change costumes right in the middle. I want to know if I have to change costumes right up. The short man holding a wicked-looking dagger, the tall man dressed in a shadowy cloak. The short man comes at me. Make a dex check to see if I'm able to get a weapon. I don't have a weapon because I lost all my weapons. I lost my weapons being robbed, so I don't have a weapon. So I have to take a dodge. Well, he might not die. He could escape, but he doesn't have a weapon, so this is going to be bad for him. He fails his dodge. Oh, so that's a dex, pardon me. Sorry, I have to dodge the blow. Failure. So, again, he's been robbed, he's missing a finger, he's lost everything, he went to the consulate put him up in this moderate hotel. He has to spend there multiple nights there in order to try to get all of his paperwork back. These 2 people come in. Wait, this will be after the first night, right? So his very first, he doesn't have any damage yet, right? Oh yeah, but he's gonna get stabbed right now. Dodge the blow. I fail. 1d6 damage. 3. I don't know if the consulate has places to stay, but they're going to get him out. So he's got 2 nights in a row. He's got at least, it's like 5 days, right? That he's got before we sort of, that's what happens, right? So he gets stabbed for 3 hit points of damage. And he would have healed 1 hit point, bringing him up to 9. The second night is when they attack, so he's down to 6 hit points. Ooh, okay. And okay, so now it's the next round. He's going to continue to stab while I fight back or dodge. Have no handgun. If on your turn you succeed with a dodge roll, you evade him and try to make a run for it. So the next round he's going to attack me, so I can either fight back or dodge. What I'm going to do is do a maneuver. Oh, my brawling skill is really bad, actually. Ooh, dodge. Yeah. Dodge is what I got. He's gonna come at me with a, let's see. Let's roll. D100 for the guy, coming at a 68. Oh, that was for the first attack, and I failed the dodge, so that's a fail. Fail. If he fails to hit me, and I fail to dodge, then I believe neither one of us hit, so I don't think I have those. So I still have those 3 hit points back. Pardon me, let me get that. Okay, next attack, it comes at me again. 82, that is also a fail. I'm going to try to dodge. Success. Okay, which means if I dodge, I evade him and I can try to make a run for it. In order to make a run for it, I have to get past that figure, right? On my turn, I can try to make a run for it. His tall companion stands at the entrance. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. That's 123. I want to make sure I got this right. 123. Yeah, okay. So what happens is I'm in this moderate hotel that I'm put up at. This is where I'm staying as I'm trying to get all my paperwork done. And I have to stay there multiple nights because, after all, right, I don't have anything. And these people come in, and this guy comes at me with a knife. I'm able to dodge out of the way and try to break. I brush past him. Oh, I brushed past him, eh? I brushed past him. But then this man in the tall cloak, the cowl, stands blocking the way. And this is the same man that my friend mentioned. And I can try to I can shoot or try to hit the tall hooded figure. I'm gonna have to try to bum rush past him. Brawl. Success. See? Here I am. Lost everything. I'm missing a finger. I don't know what's going on. But I dodged past a man with a knife who's now behind me. In front of me is only this cowled figure. I don't know if I can make it past, but with one big bum rush, I move to knock him out of the way. But I can't get by him, actually. Sadly, no. That's not how the adventure works. And as I try to shoulder check past him, my shoulder goes right through his body. Make a sanity check. Extreme success. I do not lose any sanity. Now, as I rush past him, I think, I've seen too many things already. I'm not shocked by this, and I was already prepared for it. Now this thing's hands reached out for me, and he comes for me. I can either choose an attack roll or a dodge roll. And either way, if I'm successful, I'm able to get past him to safety. It's gonna have to be a dodge. Failure. Nope, that was it. Dodge is much better than attack. My brawl is only a 25. My handgun's a 70, but my brawl is only a 25. And
And that is a failure by 23 points. Dodge is a skill check, but I don't think you can use luck in combat. Let me check. I technically have it. No, I think the luck is, no, it's, I think luck is actually quite good. Page 37, by the way. Oh no, I die here. If I fail, I just die right here. This is 100% true. Using luck points. It is recommended that you use the optional spinning luck rule. And what you do is you spend blanks to lower your skill. Note, for the duration of the scenario, you cannot regain luck points. And you cannot spend points to alter damage rolls, luck rolls, sanity rolls, or rolls to determine the amount of sanity points left. So I could do it. I could do it. And I will spend the 23 luck. Yes, which leaves me with 4 luck left. Pardon me. Oh. 4 luck. Yes, that's right. As long as it's a skill check. So, these hands come out to grab me. And I'm able to dodge out of the way just at the last moment and burst through the door of this hotel room, the one place that I thought I might be safe. And with nothing on me, I head out into the night. I imagine to barge my way, evade the inhuman thing, and run down the stairs to safety. To go anywhere. That is where Ernest ends our session, everyone. He has lost. He's probably going to have to go back to the consulate. And yeah, run around screaming in Cairo. He'll probably have to go back to the consulate because not great for him. And he'll have to go back to get another hotel room. Yeah. So, my friends, that is the session. We have ended it. Let's see. Let's get our table right. We end it, and let's see. All that probably happened. Let's say that ended here, right? So we will pick up on the 6th of October. He has no place to stay. Well, yeah. Does he continue to go back to New York and try to forget until the Hound gets him? He doesn't know about the Hound. So he doesn't realize that his days are numbered. If he knew, that might be different, but he doesn't know because he has amnesia. So he doesn't remember that he's being haunted by the Hound of Tindalos. He has no idea that the Hound is going to kill him. So when we return with him, he's going to know that something is really bad, and he knows that the end of the world is coming, and that he has to try at least. He's got 4 luck. He's going to need to find a place to sleep and to gear up, which is what we're going to do, I suppose, the next time we play it, to see what happens.
Yeah, that's what we're going to try to do. And we are using the harsher sanity rules. The scenario has kinder sanity rules, which would have just had him out for like 6 hours and then be back. But we're using the sanity rules from the rule book itself, which are harsher. So that's why all that happened. And lack of luck makes it bad. So let's see. When will we come back to this? That's a very good question. So next week we will be playing Sandman. I've got Sandman for 3 sessions in a row, and then I'll have a week off, and then one more Sandman, and then we are back with the Gamblers. So I don't know exactly when we can finish the scenario. It's a little unclear to me, but I know there's going to be like a Friday off in the first month, I think, of the Gamblers, and so we'll come back to this then. No, I'm not cheating to make things harder on myself. I was like, how do we do temporary insanity? And then like, oh, page 185. I was like, there you go. But we've got to follow the rules. Are there any American naval vessels around? He's high-ranking event. Maybe I've pulled the commander to be able to sleep safely. I'm following the rules. I'm following the rules. So let's see. But if they said no indefinite, we're not doing the indefinite insanity. So let's see. Tomorrow is Saturday. So Saturday at noon, you can find me playing Rain World. I'm going to see if I can... Saturday at noon. Let's say, by the way, Saturday at noon. I'm going to try to get a bike ride in tomorrow before, because there's a snowstorm coming. No, I didn't lose enough for indefinite, though. But there is no indefinite. I think, look, in this scenario, luck is never recovered. And technically, luck is recovered at the end of every session. Well, it might be recovered, it might not be. You have to roll. You might not recover any luck. So normally at the end of each session, you roll your luck, and if you fail the roll, then you gain 1d10 worth of luck back. But you might not get any luck back. You might not. It's unclear. He would definitely get luck back, but this particular scenario says do not recover luck. So no luck recovery at all. Tomorrow, Rain World at noon. Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern, over at Praxagoras Beforia's channel, will be the series finale of Carousel Court, and we'll see what happens there. That'll be very exciting. And then Monday is at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, will be the return of Montreal by Night, where I'm playing a Humanity 3 Vampire. And then Thursday, I'll be back for at 6 p.m. Eastern for Disco Elysium, and I'm hoping by Thursday I will have all of my I'll be able to do like a year-end recap. I might be able to do a year-end recap tomorrow, but I can't say for certain. We will see. And you can find me at troopersjp here and on YouTube and on Bluesky. You can find me at Academic Foxhole. On Twitter, and also the Patreon, which goes to help pay for the cast, and not me. And I get paid last. And then you can also find our merch store, and you can join us on Discord. And that's all the space. And thank you. We should talk shop. I see you. I see that ventureness over there. Yes. So remember, I will not cheat to make it easier for myself, because that's wrong. And we're following the rules. And just because always telling Joe is his TTRPG personas. Oh, hey, no, like I love it if I can succeed and win, but if I win, it's good because I didn't Monty Hall it. You know what I mean? It's because I won fair and square. And yeah. That's what we're going to do. I don't know how long we have until it all goes bad. I will say, it takes 10 days, it takes 9 days, 10 days. It takes a while to get from New York to Alexandria. It takes 10 days to get from New York to Alexandria, and then from Alexandria, you've got to get to Cairo. So if he goes, and you can't leave except on Saturdays. So if he goes after the 10th, it won't be until the 17th that Lydia can get on a boat, and she will then not arrive until like 8, if she survives the boat ride. 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So she wouldn't really be able to be doing anything in Cairo until like the 28th, which would give her like 2 days before whatever happens on the 30th. So we'll find out, everybody. We'll find it. Okay. So let me see. I don't know if there were any. So let's just hope. I do not want to play all the characters. I would like to make it through. I would love it. I would love it if Ernest. I do have costumes for all of them, but I would love it if Ernest could actually make it through and survive and win. He has 4 luck, so, and he has no finger, but no pinky finger. Let's hope it works out. I don't know if it will, but he dies when the Hound arrives, I'm afraid. I mean, I suppose we'll just find out. Yeah, we'll find out, really. We won't know. I want to just double check to see if we had any tips or bits. And if so, I can read out any messages. We didn't, but we got raiders and we got followers. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Yeah. Okay. So that's it, everybody. That's where you can find me. Thank you for being here. I don't know when we'll come back to this because we've got Sandman next week, but I imagine we'll be coming back to it somewhat soon, or at least within a month or two. And then we'll find out what happens Alone Against the Dark. And I'm rooting for Ernest. I'm rooting that he can pull through and make it out. If he's not in Cairo when the Hound comes, does that mean that the Hound won't find him? I don't know. We'll find out, everybody. So thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. I want to especially thank Will and TW, who is our sponsor. He's in our one of our sponsor tier Patreons, and it'll be great. Thank you so much, everybody. We will find out how this all ends up next time we come back for our Going Solo. And I'm glad. Everybody, let's hope you can squeak out a victory. And we already won because we didn't die this time. We died last time, but we didn't die this time. Okay. Oh, have a great week, everybody, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Ciao.